There we go. So welcome, good morning. My name's Peter. Uh, the fundamental entity of reality is the experiential field, your experiential field. In various traditions, this is given all sorts of elaborate names: the Atman, the self, the soul, all sorts of various rather imprecise, evocative names. And what all that actually refers to is the presence right here, right now, of your experiential field. That's what's really here. Everything that appears within the experiential field. Your body appears within the experiential field. Other people's bodies appear within the experiential field. The world appears within the experiential field. The universe appears within the experiential field. All these things seem real because your experiential field is real. And they're only real to the extent they appear in your experiential field. And very much like a dream. A dream is real as long as you happen to be dreaming it. When you're not dreaming it, a dream you have not dreamt and never will dream, how real is it? And likewise, everything that you experience, so let's just say the experience itself that you experience is real because you're experiencing it. Now this experiential field has some very interesting properties. It exists beyond space, it exists beyond time, it exists beyond causality, so that it is not affected by what appears in it. You could think of it as being like a TV screen. The TV screen is not affected by what shows on it. You can watch a documentary, you can watch an inspirational show, you can watch a teen slasher horror movie, and the TV doesn't care. The TV is just the TV. You turn the TV off, nothing's changed. And likewise, the experiential field is like very loosely speaking, is like a perfectly clear, perfectly transparent window that your experience appears in. And it is not affected by what appears. Pleasure can appear, pain can appear, success can appear, failure can appear, aloneness can appear, socialization can appear, all sorts of very, very strange experiential qualities that are completely non-human and not referential, not referenceable to anything that's humanly describable can appear. And the experiential field itself is not affected by this. It's not improved, it's not damaged. It's completely independent. It's upstream causally. It's not affected causally by anything that appears in it. And in actuality, that's the only thing that's here. That's what you actually are. That's what the world actually is. That's what reality itself actually is your experiential field. And again, the properties that it has are very strange. It is transcendental. It's beyond space. It's beyond time. It's beyond causality. It's completely unimaginable. It's completely undescribable. So everything that's ever been said about it, even vaguely, in all the spiritual traditions and all that, is essentially gibberish, or at best, evocative poetry, because it can't be captured conceptually. But it doesn't need to be captured conceptually, because here it is. Here's the actuality. You have the actuality, so you can explore it to your heart's content. And it is not hidden. It reveals what it is. It's plainly displayed exactly as it is. And so it's amenable. This is the laboratory right here. It's amenable to investigation. You can poke it and prod it and so on and so forth to the extent any of those actions are possible. And check it out. Now, human beings are used to orienting themselves in terms of interpretations of what appears within their experiential field, of course, and we're all very familiar with this. We're used to orient into bodies, we're used to orient into histories, we're used to orient into apparent environmental situations, apparent social situations, families, relationships, all the human soap opera. as if that was the primary fact. And typically, humans take the fact of the experiential field absolutely for granted. It's just some unspoken, unacknowledged byproduct of the biophysical system. You know, the body's here, so somehow as a byproduct of the fact that the body's here, there's this amazing experiential field that just sort of comes with. And, you know, because it doesn't seem to do much. It seems to be essentially transparent. It doesn't evolve. It doesn't develop. It never gets damaged. It never gets improved. It's easy to take it as a constant in the system and essentially ignore it because, of course, all the soap operas and the juicy details of our human drama are so much more interesting. You know, success and failure, pain, pleasure, you know, all these things are so absorbing and so, you know, fascinating. I mean, who would pay money to go into a movie theater to watch a blank screen? You know, you want to go see a chick flick or an adventure movie or something inspiring or something scary or something, you know, you want some drama there because that's typically what humans orient towards.
Can I ask?
But, I'm sorry?
Can I ask a quick question?
Well, I'm going to babble on for a little while, just like, you know, another few minutes, and then we'll have discussion. And we'll spend the rest of the day doing that, so we'll be able to go into as much detail as you're interested in pursuing, such as that's possible. But this normal human orientation towards all of the apparent details of life, towards all the apparent circumstances and environments and entities and apparent other beings and all that of life, is completely misleading in terms of assessing or getting a feel for what's actually going on here. It's very easily, very directly analogous to being in a dream and not knowing you're dreaming. I mean, there's all this stuff going on, and of course you orient to it. You're in a dream, and you seem to be pursuing something or avoiding something or engaged with whatever situational stuff seems to be presenting within the dream context that you're engaged with. And yet the information that in fact it is a dream is profoundly reorienting. Those of you that have experienced lucid dreams, of course, have direct experience of this. The shift between being in a dream as if it was just actuality on sort of face value, and coming to see that what it actually is as a dream is absolutely profound. And lucid dreams are joyous experiences because of the amazingness of that shift, the subtlety of that shift. And it's essentially this shift is strange because it's essentially a non-entity. The dream is still the dream; it's still right there. But the difference between knowing it to be a dream and not knowing it to be a dream is so profoundly reorienting in terms of your relationship to it. But it's not much of a shift at all in terms of the actual dream itself, perhaps. And analogously, the vast majority of people seem to relate to their reality, the reality of their being, in terms of this kind of circumstantial interpretation of what's going on here, you know, oriented to the body, oriented to the histories, etc., etc. We're all very familiar with this, of course. But this orientation is actually wholly inaccurate. That's not what's happening here. Exactly analogous to a dream, where, you know, you have all these apparent circumstances going on. They seem to be more or less coherent, and they kind of make sense that that's what's really happening, but it's not happening at all like that. It's a dream. And none of that stuff that it seems to be so convincingly meaningful is happening in the way that it seems to be happening when you just gullibly believe in it, when you just gullibly think that's where you are, that's what you are, that's what's happening. And exactly likewise, it is possible, and in fact quite easy, to come to see the fact that you are this experiential field, and you are not, in fact, in any simple sense, all the circumstances that seem to be appearing in it. And yet it seems, even though this is fairly simple to do, in fact, it seems very rare, the number of people who, are called realized beings or enlightened and all these glorified, fancy, exalted terms, seems to be quite, paltry relative to the population. Which is interesting, strange, but there you go. The nature of what this is and the nature of the way this works is not simple. It is not gross. It is not coarse. It is incredibly subtle, nuanced. Can't think of a few more adjectives, but anyway. So, a lot of spiritual traditions that try to address this very same kind of a template as I'm presenting here will jump into an oversimplification from my perspective. Saying, awareness is the root principle. So awareness is it, and everything that appears in awareness is less real than awareness. But that's not true either, because the characteristics that appear are real. They are exactly as real as the mechanism, such as it is, and it's not a mechanism, so that's completely misleading. The mechanism of its perception, and there is no bias that the perceiving is more important than the perceived. The perceived let's back up. It's the nature of the experiential field to appear as perceptions, as experiential characteristics. And those characteristics are one with the field, are the field itself, and there's no dichotomy between the experiential characteristics that normally we interpret as all this stuff in our bodies and et cetera, et cetera. There's no actual difference between all of these experiential characteristics and the field itself. They are the field. So there's no dichotomy there. There's no duality. There's no basis for a bias of, the experiential field is more real and what appears is less real. That's another, more subtle, but nonetheless, it's another layer of misunderstanding. There is no priority. Anywhere you look, you are seeing reality. You look at the contents of experience, experiential characteristics, you are seeing reality. You meditate and you look at, just whatever, nothing, and you are seeing reality. Reality is completely and entirely any and everything that appears, as well as the mechanism of its apparition, as well as the entity to which it appears, and that designation of these things as if they were separate things is completely false. It's one thing. So, all our ways of trying to describe it just complicate it hopelessly and slice something that is not sliced up into apparent pieces. There's perceiver and perceived. There's, all of these apparent differentiations which don't actually exist. There is no perceiver. There is no perceived. There is no perceiving. What it is weirder than that. What it is subtler than that. What it is more integral than that. It cannot be modeled. You can't make sense of it. You can't linearly describe it or parse it or sort it out or extract any mechanism, no matter how elaborately or how ingeniously you try to do it. So all these spiritual traditions that to one degree or another end up doing that are not really doing anyone a favor, because although they may be clarifying things from the point of view of gross misunderstanding, in terms of, sort of the normal human objective materialist worldview, they are actually just substituting a subtler misunderstanding, which may actually be even more difficult to penetrate, because it seems so meaningful and deep and profound relative to the coarse human normalcy. And another aspect of this is it is what it is. It already is what it is. It always is what it is. It can't not be what it is. It cannot be improved. It cannot be damaged or diminished. So the only error, if it could be called that, which it isn't, the only error is misinterpretation. And the only problem, let's say, the only spiritual problem is misinterpreting what this is. And the only spiritual solution is correctly interpreting what it is. Or let's just say removing inaccurate interpretation, since correct interpretation is possible and unnecessary. So self-improvement is not required for spiritual achievement, for realization. Clarifying per se is not required. Developing one's stilling the mind or stilling thoughts is not required. You know, any change or effortful manipulation of one's condition to any extent whatsoever is not required. The only thing that is required is seeing what it is, just as it is, seeing what it already is and always has been, which is kind of nice news for those of us that are lazy. And this actuality, this condition is actually fairly easy to see. It's fairly easy to discover the way it is. I sort of put it into a formula which I repeat over and over, those of you that have heard me talk before, which is that reality is easy to find, unreality is very hard to let go of. You know, the real challenge in spirituality is not finding reality or noticing reality or even discovering it as it is. The real challenge is letting go of our addiction to our soap opera, letting go of our addiction to relating to this as in terms of, you know, all the human drama of our bodies and our histories and our personalities and our success and our failure and all the juicy, gossipy details that we're all so familiar with. But of course, seeing what this is the first step and the powerful point of orientation, or let's say point of disorientation, more accurately. And when you discover that there is nothing to orient to, then the fact of orientation, which all of this circumstantial orienting ourselves or defining ourselves to be, becomes a little more glaringly obvious when it occurs as, whoa, wait a minute. You know, what am I doing here? And which enables us to notice when it occurs and to, you know, if we're fortunate or skillful or what have you, the stars are lined up right, enables us to see what it really is, which is all that's necessary, of course. It's not a matter of stopping it. You don't even need to stop being involved in your life. You don't need to stop doing what you do. You don't need to stop, you know, being whatever it is that you are. It just need to see what that actually is. And this seeing may, in fact, you know, historically I could say, just from observing certain people, may to some extent change your orientation or your behavior, but it may not. It doesn't need to, because it's not about that. Nothing needs to change. You just need to see what it really is, which is easier to do than you might think, because you're always seeing what it really is. You just need to stop calling it what it's not in your mind, in your imagination. So anyway, that's my spiel. And we can spend the rest of the day chatting, hanging out, whatever you'd like to do, and look at various ramifications and aspects of this if you're interested.
I have a question.
Yes.
You said it's not required to do any of these other things like stilling the mind,
right,
and purifying and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But does it make it easier?
If you do those things, you mean?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. In fact, it can make it harder. But it's neutral. It doesn't make it easier or harder necessarily. It depends on the intelligence with which you are approaching it. All of these kinds of behaviors are experiments. And if you run the experiment and see what there is to be seen, then it's been a valuable experiment. If you run the experiment and think you're doing, and have the fantasy that you're doing something that's intrinsically valuable, and you get addicted to doing the experiment with the story that you're getting somewhere, then it can become a subtle or maybe not so subtle trap. So it's all about the sort of wit or intelligence or inspiration or luck that you can stumble upon in seeing through any of these things. Any kind of, I mean, in general, behaviorally and in terms of sort of spiritual practices and that sort of thing, anything that gets you out of your normalcy can be a very valuable experiment. So if you don't ever meditate, meditating can be great. If you meditate all the time, going to a bar can be great or whatever, right? So the point is not to do this or that, but to push the envelope and get out of your normalcy, because normalcy tends to inculcate dullness and kind of reification normalcy tends to reify normalcy. It reinforces itself. Whereas, finding yourself in unfamiliar experiential contexts, it gives you a way to kind of triangulate, as you get more and more of a repertoire of becoming to appreciate how broadly, how inconceivably multidimensional experience actually is already. Then you get more and more first-hand evidence, and more verification of the fact that normalcy is just it's an assertion, it's a claim, it's a habit. It's a manufactured, contrived framework of orientation, essentially worldview, very much like the dream orientation is. When you're lost in a dream gullibly, it seems like a certain thing is happening. It seems like a certain worldview or dream view is happening, where, oh, here I am, and I'm in this situation, and such is going on, and I feel motivated to engage with it such and such a way, and I'm, whatever, right? But all of that seems relatively internal coherent to some degree, because you're defining it as such. And then if you go lucid in the dream, all of a sudden there's no context. The experiential facts are the same. The shapes that are appearing are the same shapes, but there's no actual context. The backstory is just not there, because there's no story. It's just shapes and sounds and colors and dream.
So earnestness and desire to see truth, or to experience truth.
Mm-hmm. They're great. Earnestness and desire are excellent, but not a contrived earnestness or one that you aspire to, but the degree to which these are inherent in your nature. Faking it just doesn't cut it. And yet it can be an interesting experiment. Anything can be an interesting experiment, especially if it's new. If it takes you out of your normalcy, out of your comfort zone. Yes.
I'd like to go back to what you said about the blank screen, and how we go to the movie and we're caught up in our drama, and we want the drama, or addicted to the drama, and we don't want to see the blank screen. But I'm wondering, the blank screen isn't really blank, is it? Right,
exactly so. Yeah, that was a little manipulation on my part. Quite so. I mean, that's the thing. The movie never goes away, and in fact, you're free to enjoy it much more multidimensionally when you get that it's just a movie, because there's no strings attached, there's no implications, there's no importance other than the intrinsic importance of the fact that you're in a movie. All of these experiential characteristics that appear are profoundly meaningful, But they're not meaningful in the sense they may seem to be if you're interpreting them within the context of a normal materialist worldview. But what they are meaningful as, and infinitely and holographically and multidimensionally meaningful, is as embodiments of the meaningfulness that reality has. Reality is not an inert. Reality is not mechanical. It's not dull. Reality is pure intelligence. Reality is pure meaningfulness. Reality is absolute profundity. It's not just like a machine that someone wound up and it's running itself. It's meaningfulness vastly beyond the normal human scale of meaningfulness. Every experiential pixel, flash, embodies that meaningfulness in a fractal and infinite way. And there's no limits to how profoundly this is appreciable. And when you see that it is that, then you have much more direct access to that. Of course, you already are enjoying that. One already is enjoying that, whether one has a more heavy-handed interpretation of what it consists of or not. But then again, when you open to the multidimensionality that it actually is, then you get to more explicitly enjoy that and participate in it.
So once we're aware we're in the movie, then it's great to really enjoy the movie, right?
Absolutely.
And it's great.
Greatest show on earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's your karmic movie. The entire universe is a movie of your karma, your karmic meaningfulness being played for you.
Wow. Fantastic.
Yeah, you're in the best seat in the house, and you're the star of the show, and it's all written precisely and with incredible genius and intelligence and meaningfulness just for you. What could be better? What could be more enjoyable? Yes.
So are you saying that the way to open permanently to that multidimensional universe is to just continually remind yourself of this play that's going on, and eventually that sticks? Because it seems kind of intellectual.
No. No, this is not about intellect at all. This is not about thought at all. This is about being with the actuality of your experience on an energetic level, let's say. And on an energetic level, it's just bullshit boilerplate, so it doesn't really say much. It means that experience itself is already an inconceivably intimate, inconceivably profound, transcendental event. And because it is that, and because you're already engaged with it as that, you can settle into it as that and participate in it as that, basically to the extent you stop defining it. And you don't even need to stop defining it, you just need to see that even as you're defining it, the undefined is the context within which these definitions exist. In other words, you may have an elaborate worldview, or just say a review of normalcy, or a definition of your history, of your life, and so on and so forth. So this worldview exists essentially in your imagination, or in your mind. But this worldview exists in the context of your actual experience, which is not imaginary, and exists not limited or addressed at all by your imaginary interpretations. So interpretations don't actually block direct experience, they coexist with it. And so it's quite possible, even as you are in your normalcy of interpretation and sense of who you are and what your life is and so on and so forth, to notice simultaneously, once you sort of discover the art of it, let's say, just to notice that you're actually having direct experience. And it doesn't matter where you go for that. You can go to a visual field, you can go to sound, you can even go to thought. Any kind of direct experience is essentially a wholly ungraspable, undefinable, essentially miraculous energy event, let's call it. And again, that's sort of bullshit that doesn't really define it, but it kind of indicates, the direction in which it is. And it already is that, and you are already engaged with it, so it's possible to tune in, let's call it, to that portion of your experience that is already doing that is beyond definition. So even as your mind knows everything you're looking at and can name everything you're looking at, your direct vision at this moment of what you're seeing has no labels on it, right? So it's this kind of, it's discovering, it's noticing that experience is chaotic. Experience is not an integrated, seamless whole, like we may think it to be when we're sort of lost in a particular framework. Experience is actually a little bit fragmented. Thought happens up here, imagination happens up here, sensory experience happens over here, other subtle mental energy happens over here. Whatever. That's obviously kind of not literally true, but it indicates that these things coexist in their own dimensions and they don't actually impose on each other. So thought exists in a context of non-thought. Most of your experience is not thought, right? And whether or not thought is occurring, it does not impact the portions of your experience which are not thought. Your vision is not a thought. Whatever you're thinking or not thinking does not affect the presence of your field of vision, for example. And this applies across the board to all aspects of your experience.
So could you give an example, say, of how a person could be, or maybe how you've been caught up in that non-awareness and how you've achieved then to turn it around?
Yeah, simply noticing that any experience is more than I can describe it as being. It's more than I can think of it as being. So I can look at this blue painting on the wall, and I call it a blue painting on the wall, and I can say a bunch of things about it if I wanted to think about it. But what I'm seeing is not the sum total of the things I could think about it. What I'm seeing is a direct, I can't say what it is. I can sort of vaguely say it's a direct energy presence in experience embodying infinite characteristics. There's infinite shades of color in that. There's infinite textures. There's infinite shapes. And it's inconceivably detailed. And I could sit writing, a page a minute for the rest of my life or for 1,000 years, and you could take that sum total, and one simple glance at that picture is much more than all of that description, for example. And it's quite easy to notice this. I'm using the visual field as an example at the moment, but that's, it can be anything. You can listen to sound. Experience completely transcends our description of it, completely transcends our ideas of it. You can look at when you can look at things a little more primally, in a sense. You can say, well, here I am seeing. How's that happening? What's going on here? What is this seeing? Again, I'm using vision. Here I am thinking. How does that happen? How are thoughts appearing in experience? How are they being perceived? What is it that's appearing? Something's appearing, or I wouldn't know I'm thinking. What is the substance of thought is? What is appearing when thoughts appear? How do they appear? How do they disappear? Where do they appear? What does this appear even mean? And I don't mean, again, not as an intellectual exercise, but as a direct participatory kind of a feeling. You feel your experience. One very simple thing to notice is that all experience is felt. We have all these words for different modes of experience, and they're all euphemisms for feel. We say, I see light. But you don't see light, you feel light in your experience. Light is perceived with absolute intimacy in experience, right? And this feeling, this experiencing is a feeling. Sound is felt. We say heard, but it's really felt. Thought is felt. You feel the presence of thought. You feel the presence of thought. It's a subtle feeling. It's an interesting feeling. And you can explore the subtlety of that. You can explore this. But because it is felt, there's an absolute intimate engagement. When light appears in your experience, it's not like the light is over here and you're over here and there's some strange experiencing. So light and you are like this. It's complete intimacy, complete embracing, complete engagement. So, all experience appears as this absolutely intimate feeling. And so, because of this, it can be felt. And when you feel something, it's not analytical. It's not it's not a process of thought. It's an exploration. Like when you hug somebody, it's just a universe, a universe of evolving feeling, and you can't possibly say what it is or how it works, but you're there and you're experiencing it, and you let yourself go into the richness of it. It's like that. So you let yourself go into the richness of any experience, and it can be a very particular experience. You can, have a flower and let yourself go into the richness of its presence. You can hear a sound. You can be with your whole, say your whole feeling of sensation, feeling of touch, and just feel the entire dimension of your feeling of touch, and just feel it. And in that feeling, it will open into more and more richness, more and more subtlety, because it is literally infinitely rich. It's infinitely subtle. It's not like, well, yeah, I felt it now. Okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah, check that off. You can go into this richness forever. And noticing that that is the case is what this discovery consists of.
You mentioned a comfort zone, going into our comfort zone and retreating. Can you say anything more about that? That kind of interests me, how we want to stay in our comfort zone.
Yeah.
And what is going on?
Yeah.
Why, all these marvelous things happening around us, but we want to stay in our...
Yeah, that's a very good point. When our basic mode of being with the reality of our being is referential. In other words, when we're used to being within our defined worldview of what we are and what's going on, which is, let's say the normal human mode, we get very conservative, and anything other than that seems threatening. We sort of develop a sense of safety and security with this mode, and anything that threatens it is at best iffy, and at worst, diabolical. So this kind of innate conservatism of clinging to one's normal worldview is a kind of it creates or enforces or generates a kind of an inertia of stuckness. I mean, in fact, not necessarily that it feels stuck. In fact, it probably feels safe. But it's a safety that is imaginary, because the worldview, the defined frame of reference that one is oriented towards, essentially exists only in imagination. So there's no actual safety being created there. It may or may not be safe, but it's not due to relating to the frame of reference. It just, sort of psychologically, or let's say in terms of energy orientation, it can seem safe, and anything other than it, or threatening it, or challenges to it, vis-a-vis exploration of alternatives, may seem, again, anywhere from slightly iffy to downright, psychosis-inducing, terrifying. And we encounter this is very commonplace in all sorts of human arenas, but particularly in spiritual situations. People, you see, that's a little too much. I don't think I'm ready for that. So these kinds of discovery of degrees of referencelessness or other or alternative references or something may seem a little threatening, or a lot threatening. So that's a factor that sort of figures into this whole exploration experientially. I mean, one is liable to come up against some version of that.
Could there be I'm just trying to think of what could be helpful in breaking through the conceptual framework, and I'm just curious if you have any thoughts about the use of entheogens.
I'm not sure what that word means.
That's like like drugs that induce states.
Yeah,
You know, like
right.
LSD,
Right.
whatever. You're
Yeah.
from California.
Oh, yeah. We live on that stuff. So we have for breakfast. No, these can be very useful. But again, any of these things are useful as experiments because they take you outside of your normalcy. And their value is that they take you outside of your normalcy, not necessarily that they're valuable in themselves. Because again, maybe the primary, or certainly one of the primary challenges in this kind of an exploration is getting out of, breaking out of the shell of clinging to one's normal worldview, one's normal frame of reference. And any of these kinds of things, drugs or, extreme experiences like prolonged meditation or extreme fasting. I mean, anything that affects one's experience in a primal way that really, takes one's outside of normalcy or normal perception or normal seeming, is potentially valuable. But again, it's also potentially entrapping if one attributes to the mechanism value, and then it just becomes a new anchor, a new frame of reference. Oh, LSD's going to save the world. Oh, yeah. That we've been there.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Not quite.
But any of these things can be valuable. Again, it's less about the specifics, the specific experiment, and more about the wit or intelligence or inspiration with which it's approached. And again, that can't really be contrived. You just have to get it somehow.
I said, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say, I think illness can do that.
Absolutely.
It shakes your tree.
Absolutely, because I mean that, especially life-threatening illness, can really take you out. Talk about taking you out of your normalcy. I'm a cancer survivor. I have direct experience of that, so I'm quite familiar with that. It's a profound. It makes you look again. You had a question earlier? I don't know if it's gone.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, it was back a little ways of what you were saying. I was just going to say I've been noticing something you said that reminded me of it as this idea of, I find the visual field especially challenging to not, it's such a buy-in, it's so overloaded with this incredible information all the time. But I've just been noticing how there's no distance. There's no distance in anything. And from
that's see right away that undercuts the normalcy right there. When you really, because there's no limit to how profoundly you can notice that. And I mean that can be a jumping off point into real, wow.
It's fairly wow.
Yeah, and that's it. Any little hook that you get. Wait a minute. There's something going on here that's. It's a little different, subtler than I'm used to thinking of it. Let me use that as a jumping off point and see where it takes you. Because experience is profoundly rich.
Yeah.
Even you brought up interpretation. Even interpretation isn't really interpretation. Interpretation is bizarre, inconceivable, weird, miraculous functioning. How does interpretation happen? What happens when you look at your field of vision and you know what everything is, or you can name all these things that are for you? How does that happen? I mean, where does that come from? What is information? What is knowledge? What is thought? What is the ability to define? What is the ability to differentiate definitionally? All of that, even though that sort of is more or less our jailer typically. In our normalcy, when we're addicted to these worldviews, even that, our very jailer is itself transcendental, because thought, which is typically such a problem because we're taking all these definitions and we're stuck in them to one extent, maybe seemingly, is actually completely a transcendental event. I mean, what is thought? How does thought happen? Where does thought come from? What's thought made of? How does relationality happen? How does meaningfulness happen? How can words, even though they aren't accurate, how can they have any relationship at all to things I mean, what is this? What is intelligence? If you really look at these things, again, not in the abstract, not as a philosophical exercise, but sort of explore the immediacy of the event as it happens, you'll discover, wow, there's weirdness here. There's real weirdness here.
Yeah, that's the distance. First I was noticing it, how we typically think of distance. The distance between you and me. But then I seemingly pulled back into like what's right behind my eyes, which seems like no distance at all. And it's just different.
And I'm still there.
Yeah, you are still there.
I'm still there. I'm over here, but I'm not. There's no over here. I'm still there.
Yeah, exactly. There's no. I guess intimate is the word.
Yeah.
There's no
experience.
There's no pulling it apart. There's no parsing.
There's no distance. There's no separation. Experience is right here, always. When you see the sun, you're seeing it here, in experience, and in experience is here. When you hear traffic driving by the highway, a quarter mile away, you're hearing it here. With absolute intimacy. It is present in your experience. And there's no gap. It's not like you're here and you somehow bridge the gap to the sound that's somehow over there. Because we imagine all this space. Space is imaginary. Time is imaginary. Literally, it's completely imagined. This is a really fun exercise, and it's very, very easy to do. Look at time. Okay, here, it's now, right? Of course. It's always now, duh. But how long does now last? How long does now last, Well, in other words, how long does anything stay the same? Well, 0 time. That's weird. Sort of in a sort of sloppy, normal, dull human worldview, the now is kind of, now it's kind of now, and it's now for a while. And then the future comes, and it's always now, but still it's kind of, now is kind of hanging out here. If you look at now, you can't find it. How weird is that? It's pretty obvious that you can't find the past and the future, right? The past is gone, future hasn't come. But try and find now. You can't even find now. Here it is, obviously, explicitly, undeniably, and yet you can't find it. Look, try and see. It's really, really, really weird, And just for example, and this illustrates what I call the transcendental nature of all of this. It by its very nature, it is beyond weird. It's hard to define exactly what I mean by transcendental, but it's so incredibly, inconceivably, vastly far beyond the normal human worldview, and even beyond the wildest spiritual theories. And it actually is that. The actuality is that. It's not like, again, it's not going into wild tales or buying into some cult or something. It's like, it actually is pretty damn weird.
Oh, I was just thinking along the same lines. Define same, physically same, and get right back into that whole looking into what time is, because in order to even say that something's the same, you need to do a comparison. Now, how you do the comparison? Oh, I was like this in the past, which you can't find. So you get right into the same place.
And you can't even find present condition because they're already gone.
Yeah.
Things change faster than fast. Yeah. So you can't. So not only can't you find what things were, but you can't even find what they are.
Right. You can't find what there are, and like you just even.
Play with that. Just play with that. This is not just word games. Play with it. There's something really, really weird going on here, and it's plain to see if you poke at it, if you look into it, if you explore it.
It's a dynamic thing.
It's alive.
You can see it. It's immediate.
Yeah.
Is there anything besides experiencing?
No, but experiencing isn't experiencing. Experiencing is just an oversimplification. It's a word we have of this astounding whatever. And even calling it this we can only say because it is immediate. So it's not that, it's this. But you try and look at exactly what is that, and again you can't answer the question.
You mentioned the term karmic, which which can carry implications of this whole damn thing is my fault.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean,
clarify that.
I mean, yeah, I will, and I'm glad you asked that because karma is the truth of karma, and I'm using karma in my own way, possibly as a technical term, but the truth of what karma is very relevant and very interesting. By the word karma, what I mean is the intense, meaningful patterning of experience. Experience is intensely patterned, and this patterning embodies, infinite hierarchies of fractal meaningfulness or whatever. And it seems to, all of our theories of event and evolution and development and realization, all these things are basically based on interpretations of the meaningfulness of this patterning that appears. So when I say karma or karmic, I'm referring to this meaningful patterning that experience seems to present as. For example, experience, I suppose, could just be like snow, just like dots, like an old-fashioned TV that, isn't getting a program. But it isn't like that mostly. I mean, parts of it are like that. In fact, a whole lot of it's like that. But a whole lot of it isn't. There's all of this intense patterning, I mean, we could say, oh, well, we seem to be in a room and this talk and blah. I mean, all the things you could say about this are oversimplifications and inaccurate, but they're based on the fact that there is an intense patterning appearing, right? A clumping of imagery, and again, that's using visual kind of words, but within all the experiential dimensions. And this patterning is event, is meaningfulness, is what there is to work with, to the extent there is anything to work with, which of course is another question.
And just kind of to clarify, because I'm a little bit confused, obviously the meaning that we normally put on all this patterning is not correct,
right,
in a sense, but there is another meaningfulness.
Yeah, it's inherent meaningfulness.
Inherent meaningfulness.
Call it, a better word than meaningfulness might be flavor.
Okay.
And, or let's say fractal flavors. Like experience has flavor, let's say, I'll claim, experience has flavor. You have an experience, it has a certain, maybe nebulous, maybe not, just some flavor to it, and another aspect of experience will have a different aspect of flavor, and all these flavors sort of form a stew or form a progression of a stew cooking, and you can kind of watch the stew cook as you watch all of these flavors morph and change and appear and disappear and all of this, and again, what we used as description and definition is an oversimplified version of the same thing, right? But the intrinsic experiential flavors are the basis of this interpretation, and are there. They're actualities. It's not like experience is just plain vanilla. Experience is not just, the image of a blank screen. Experience is not a blank screen. On the contrary, it's profoundly detailed. It's infinitely detailed with infinite specificity, infinite, implication of the particular characteristics that are present.
So would it be correct to say that the meaning is to be found in the direct experience rather than in
Absolutely,
thoughts about it?
absolutely.
Yeah.
The meaningfulness cannot be. Let me make a blanket statement. Nothing accurate can be captured in abstraction, or in symbolization, or in thought, or in words. Which isn't to say that all of that is not without validity, but it's always approximations and partialities. It's like taking averages. And it can be done very skillfully and be quite meaningful, but a miss is as good as a mile. The fact that it's the fact that the map is not the place is an infinite gap which cannot be bridged and will not be bridged. No matter how good a map you have, it's still not the place. And that fact that it's not the place is absolute. It's not like, well, the map's really, really good, it's almost the place. No. No, it's really, really good, so it's a meaningful map, but it's not the place. And the way in which it's not the place is profound. And yet, we don't really need the map because we have the place. And this is the point, is to, by all means play with maps if you like, but even when you're playing with maps, you have the place. And you're playing with the maps in the context of the place. You know, to overuse that analogy.
Yeah. So there could be utility perhaps in just learning to open up to direct experience.
Absolutely. That's the whole of utility. And in doing so, one discovers one's opening up to everything, including what one is used to opening up to. Because, of course, everything whatsoever is actually direct experience. Even indirect and even abstracted thought and conceptualization is, in fact, direct experience. So, thought transcends thought. Thought transcends what we think of thought as being. Conceptualization transcends what we think of conceptualization as being, and so on. So basically, anything and everything is grist for the mill, is a jumping off point into reality. Because unreality is not present. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Reality alone exists. And what we get entrapped in is misinterpretations of reality, which creates a faux unreality, but which is an actual reality if we would just look a little more closely. And yet even not looking closely is reality. You know, ignoring itself and misinterpreting itself is one of reality's major modes, as we all know very well. But I hear that happens to other people.
What about the experience of the void?
Mm-hmm.
How would you talk about that?
Sure. Voidness is an aspect of this, but again, it's impossible to find any condition divorced from every condition. So, an aspect of this is void. An aspect of this is absolute nothing. But that same aspect also presents as absolute everything. And you can't find a void over here that has an everything over here with any distance between them or any actual differentiation between them. So this is infinitely multidimensional. It simultaneously presents as all different sorts of modes, let's call them. I mean, words can't address this or capture it, but it simultaneously presents as all these modes, which can seem to be drastically and radically different from each other, but which are all just aspects of the same thing. And when I say aspects, they aren't actually separate from each other. They're just like angles on it, let's say. So, I mean, and we find this with all the things that we're used to thinking of as different from each other. Just superficially, like our sense fields, it's easy to think of the field of vision different from the field of hearing and touch and thought and these other subtle energy experiences that we have that we don't have words for as a sense field, and so on and so forth. We're used to sort of noticing the difference between them. But in actuality, they're the same thing. You are feeling sound and feeling light, and you're actually feeling the same thing when you're feeling them. But it looks very, very different. So you can feel the void and feel the everything, and you're actually feeling the same thing when you look at them, if you can access that to any degree. But you're actually seeing the same thing.
So it's sort of like potential for all.
Yeah.
Potential for everything.
Yeah, but the potential is the expression too, because there's no actual differentiation. There's no actual gap.
Right.
But in one sense, this is pure potential. It's like a dream. Look at a dream. Dreams are easy to look at because we can look at them from outside. Mm. This is tricky to look at because when we're outside this, we're usually in the stupor of sleep, where we can't look at anything because we can't talk about it or think about it, or we're in a dream or we're busy looking at something else. So But dreams, we have the luxury of being able to look at dreams from the waking state. So look at a dream. In a sense, a dream is nothing. There's nothing there. There's nothing happening. But in another sense, a dream is everything. A dream, even though it's nothing, it appears. And it can appear very convincingly, very detailed, very, explicitly. And yet, it's nothing. So it's very easy to see in a dream how nothing and something are not opposites. But it may be harder to see that here, but in actual fact, it can be seen here in exactly the same way.
Peter, could I just go back to the karmic discussion?
Certainly.
We were talking about meaningfulness in this patterning.
Uh-huh.
Could I ask, what is the meaning of the meaning?
It can't be said. God.
But I want to know.
You do know. This is it. You do know, but you can't say, you can't abstract it. You can't collapse it down to a thought or a statement or a dissertation. But you live it, you breathe it, you are it. And it's profoundly meaningful. But it's not even meaningful in a sense of human meaningfulness. I mean, it doesn't exclude human meaningfulness, but it includes so much more than that as to, make it.
So is there no sort of purpose, in
I would say
our experience?
there's profound purpose. This event is profoundly intentional, profoundly purposeful.
It is intentional.
But that can't be, other than asserting it, you can't elaborate on it very specifically in human terms, because it's nothing in human terms. What's the purpose of a galaxy? What's the purpose of the sun? It's inconceivably purposeful, but you can't answer the question, what's the purpose of it? You can't say the purpose of a galaxy is blank. You can, but it'd be silly. And yet it's profoundly, inconceivably purposeful, eventful. It's an inconceivably detailed, ongoing event of astounding dimension and profundity and inclusiveness and so on and so forth. So, but again, this meaningfulness, even though it can't be said, this meaningfulness can be known, but of course it can only be known on its own terms. You can't expect to translate it into human terms because it just won't translate except very, very, very partially. And in fact, all expressions of human meaningfulness are just that. They're very, very partial translations of the actual meaningfulness. And look at all the enormous human meaningfulness, all the pathos, all the incredible beauty, all the aspects of, and that's nothing. That's a sliver of a sliver of a sliver of a sliver of the actual meaningfulness. Sorry. I need a side view mirrors here. Fisheye lens, maybe. Feel free to call, if I'm not looking at you, feel free to call out if I'm not seeing your hand and waving.
It could be my own uncertainty about a question or asking a question. But getting back to direct experience and pathos. So there's an experience of having a misunderstanding with some person, and the feelings that come up around that, and the yearnings and the wishes and blah, 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 blah. So I'm interested in hearing how you be with that, how you be with that, because I can see the tendency to dismiss it or say, oh, that's not real,
Right.
Yet I'm aware of like a pain here.
Right.
So I would just like something.
Okay. The degree to which one interprets these events, which is usually done unconsciously, is the degree to which they will be, what's a good way to put this? Let me back up. energy systems are frequently and let's say almost exclusively turbulent. In other words, things rarely go smoothly in nature. I mean, look at, galaxies collide, hurricanes happen, earthquakes happen. I mean, there's all sorts of energy systems are very frequently in a degree of clash or conflict, apparent conflict, or let's say gears aren't particularly lining up between energy systems, and so when they impact each other, the shit hits the fan to one degree or another. And of course, we experience this in human terms because other humans might be called other energy systems, and sometimes things are hunky-dory, and sometimes they aren't. And with some people they never are, and with some people they usually are, and so on and so forth, because of the nature of energy systems to resonate with each other or conflict with each other, and so on and so forth. So when we experience these kinds of interpersonal conflict or difficulties, these are energy systems that are working themselves out through juxtaposition. Very much like, a cold front coming in. The cold air comes and it hits warm air, and the energy, because the energy conditions are divergent, they interact and find equilibrium through a dynamic process, which may look like storms or what have you, right? Which may seem to be somewhat turbulent, but there are actually the energetic working out of the existent energy conditions. And exactly the same thing happens in interpersonal conflict. Another person is like a cold front and you're like a warm front, let's say, and so you get together and there's rough weather, let's call it. But it's a dynamic system. The very interaction is a process of working out, a process of coming to some kind of equilibrium. So through conflict is a process. Conflict is not a failure. Conflict is a process of resolution. And so the best way to be with conflict is to let it be what it is, which is a dynamic process, which is instantaneously, moment by moment, dynamically readjusting itself and coming into whatever degree of equilibrium is implied in the nature of the two systems. So the only thing that comes up that works is interpretation, which enables us to interpret what's happening and to dwell on it and to recreate it in memory and so on and so forth, which can generate emotional reactivity, which is basically creating a subjective soap opera about it. But the reaction isn't really to the event, the reaction is to an interpretation of the event which is dwelled on. Because the actual event is evolving in real time, but the interpretation may not be. The interpretation is, oh, this happened, how could they do that? Or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And tomorrow it's still, oh, this happened, how could they do that? Whereas the actual event has already moved on. So the point is to be with the actuality of experience, which is continually slipping away, dynamically accommodating itself, adjusting itself. Experience is just like walking. Who was I talking about? Was that you, Peter, I was talking with yesterday? Someone? Experience is like walking. Walking, you're always falling over, but somehow you never actually crash because you're continually compensating for the fact that you're falling by moving your legs to catch yourself. And the flow of events is very much like that. Events are continually out of balance, and yet they continually the fact that they're out of balance makes them dynamic, and they continually find whatever degree of adjustment, of balance that they find dynamically within that out of balance, which leads to the continuing state of out of balance, which continually compensates for itself on an ongoing basis. Right? But it is beautiful, and everything is like that. And when you see it like that, you see that things take care of themselves. When you have conflict with someone, it's inevitable because you're who you are at that moment, and they're who they are at that moment, and you're thrown together in the situation as you are at the moment. But it's a dynamic situation. There's nothing stuck or static there whatsoever. It's completely, it's a dance that does itself and that rectifies itself in accordance with the energy system that you are and the energy system that they are and the overall energy system, let's call it. And of course, all of that is kind of an oversimplification, but hopefully it's evocative of what's actually happening to some degree.
So we're starting to how to actually look at it.
Oh, yeah.
It's a beautiful metaphor.
Oh, good.
Yeah, to continue, I like what you say there. I'm interested because I can see an orderly universe to some extent. Then people always ask about things colliding and storms, and it's hard to explain that in terms of my perception of an order.
Sure.
And I don't think it takes away from the order, but this is happening, like you say, and it disturbs us.
Yeah. But it only disturbs us if we have a fantasy that it shouldn't be like that. When you get that the order of the universe is a dynamic accommodation to itself, to its own imbalanced nature, on a continually ongoing basis, so it's a dynamic equilibrium. Or you could say a dynamic disequilibrium, which is continually moving towards degrees of equilibrium. It never actually gets there, but it continually moves towards there,
And energy, too, is working that way. It's not always smooth, it's dynamic. And it's,
absolutely. Yeah. But it's always an accommodation of inequalities, or a juxtaposition of inequalities, which then work themselves out in accordance with their natures. And it applies across the board: physical systems, or social systems, or psychological systems. The same thing. Yeah.
You had mentioned earlier that all senses can be experienced or are experienced as feeling, and I was wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit more. And are you talking about bodily feeling or bodily sensations, and then how, is it useful to bring attention to that, and how do we sort that out from we all have the emotional dramas that are playing out in the background.
Right, yeah, okay. The feeling is not specifically bodily feeling, but bodily feeling is experiential feeling.
Yeah.
I mean, the bodily feeling is experienced as an experiential feeling. Thought is experienced as an experiential feeling. Light is experienced as an experiential feeling, etc., etc., etc. Emotional background events are experienced as an experiential feeling. So feeling, by feeling I really am kind of meaning or euphemizing just absolutely intimate, textual, experiential engagement.
Sure.
And it's kind of hard to define what it is because it's actual and of course transcends abstraction.
Yeah.
But it's an absolutely profound experiential engagement, which is textural, let's say, flavorful. I mean, again, we're making up words here, essentially. That is, but because it is intimate, it's very much analogous to feeling. I mean, even if you say that, well, okay, there's these eyes here, and the eyes has nerves in the optic retina that are sensitive to light, and the light hits them and provokes quantum events in the light, in the nerves, which translate to chemical, electrical signals in the nerves, which go to the brain. I mean, if you do all of that stuff, basically, what you're saying is the nerves are tingling because light's hitting them, and tingling is a feeling. The optic nerves are specialized nerve cells that can feel light. Even if you want to go, into that kind of elaborate mechanism, but you don't need to resort to that, because experientially, that all experience is experienced what I call textually. And again, to try and define what I mean by that, I don't know that I can, but all experiential characteristics in any of the sense fields, in any mental fields, in any subtle energy fields, or whatever, anything whatsoever that appears as an experiential quality, let's call it, has a kind of textual aspect, has a flavorful aspect, has an aspect of a sort of a quality of dynamism. I mean, it has all sorts of, and again, you can't really specify these things or say what you mean by any of it, because of course that's the very nature of it, is that you can't. But nonetheless, I think that if one looks, it's possible to notice that this is the case. And noticing that it's the case, then you can tune into that and notice, wow, I'm feeling light now. Let me feel the light, feel what light feels like. What does light feel like? And all of a sudden, you're off and running. All of a sudden, you're with your field of vision. I mean, not in a new way, because you've always been with it the same way, but you're letting yourself notice, wow, this is really intimate. It's really juicy. It's really popping. It's really sizzling. I mean, there's a lot going on there. And right away, you're beyond the realm of describability into actuality, which is, of course, the point, to retrain ourselves, to resensitize ourselves away from a conceptual referential framework of interpretation into the actuality of direct experience, which has its own intrinsic framework or lack thereof, its own intrinsic structuralist structure or what have you, but it's infinitely more detailed and actual and alive and inclusive than anything we can come up with conceptually.
So it's all experiencing. It's all experiencing.
Yeah.
But the term experiencing may be a little bit two-dimensional, and this adds...
Well, experiencing refers to this actuality. This actuality is not defined by any concepts of experiencing. So experiencing is just a label or a signpost towards, we can use it because we all kind of maybe know what we mean by it. But again, the terrain, the experiencing is a map, and the terrain transcends the map. So the actuality that is here, we can call it the field of your experience. I mean, I started the talk today talking about the field of your experience is what's real. And, I can't possibly define what I mean by the field of your experience. But hopefully it's a sufficiently evocative term that it can be a jumping off point into, oh yeah, look at this. This is here. I am here. Yeah.
In your website, you talk about the role of transmission, direct transmission from individuals. Can you say more about that?
Sure.
Role of that?
Transmission is just the inconceivable mystery of communication, of the fact that it's possible to come to let's say fresh degrees of understanding through vehicles of communication or vehicles of engaging with other people or with situations.
And is that specifically with people who have achieved more realization, or just any?
There's transmission with anyone. I mean, you walk across the street and you see someone and you get a vibe from them, you get a flavor from them. That's a kind of a transmission, right? You meet someone you've never met before and you instantly have a feeling you like them or you don't like them.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's particularly growthful. It's just sort
of... May or may not be, but nonetheless it's there. And how does that happen? What's that mechanism? It's the same thing. It's a kind of a resonance. In other words, meaningfulness in effective communication is not strictly a matter of words or abstractions or exchanging symbols. There's a lot more to it involved, and it can't be specified what the more is, but there's all kinds of flavors and nuance and subtle energy exchange and God knows what that may be involved.
Well, so is this have anything to do with like teacher-student spiritually?
It can, certainly, but not exclusively. I mean, in an ideal spiritual teacher-student relationship, there is transmission, i.e. there is understanding. And it's not like something comes from one person and goes to another person. It's more like what do they call it? Osmosis, where, two energy conditions kind of find a condition of equilibrium by juxtaposition.
And it may not be intentional. The person...
Oh, absolutely not intentional.
May not even be aware that it's happening.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It really just means communication. But, it points to the fact that communication is not a matter of it's not limited to the exchange of words or symbols or something that, one might think from a simplistic, materialistic understanding of things. I mean, there's all kinds of body language and flavors and moods and psychic phenomena and God knows what that is actually involved in being with other beings, or being with any experience, in fact. You can get transmission from painting. You know, you go to a museum and you see a piece of art that really moves you. What's going on there? It's just colors on a canvas or whatever, right? But wow, it's like you can't say it's an energy resonance or some kind of a leap of an intelligent. I mean, blah blah. You just start spinning gibberish trying to describe it, but it's something. It's real, and likewise. In the spiritual context or in any context, you can have, profound degrees of sort of clicking with somebody in a way that seems to center around kind of some degree of understanding or something like that.
Could you say, talk about your personal journey spiritually?
Sure. I mean, my path, such as it is all about transmission. I was... by my nature, my temperament is such that I was a compulsively inquisitive person, just because of who I happened to be. God knows what psychological or genetic reasons, right? Whatever. And I was very curious about everything. I wanted to know what's going on here. And so when I was a small kid, I sort of said, "Oh, adults know everything. They know what's going on. I don't get it yet, but when I get to a certain age, they're going to reveal it to me. They're going to throw back the curtain and explain it all to me, and then I'll know what everything is going on too." And then I reached a certain point. I don't know what 7. God knows how old I was. I had the horrible realization, "Oh my God, nobody knows what's going on," which was terrifying to me for some reason. I mean, I really cared about that. I don't know why. It's just who I am for whatever reason, right? So I then was basically an obsessive. I don't know what. Just trying to figure out what's going on. I studied science. I studied, sociology. I studied history. I studied archaeology. And at some point, probably about the time I started taking drugs, I started looking into occult phenomena, spiritual phenomena. Which was endlessly fascinating. Oh my God, there's a whole realms of other explanations claiming to know something, and so this was my basic mode all my life from my childhood, and I had the great good fortune to meet a person who was a friend of my mother's in my teenage years, and I spent time with him because I could just tell there was something about this guy. I couldn't figure out what it was. He wasn't a spiritual teacher. He was a bit of an eccentric, but there was just something about this guy, and I was just drawn to hanging out with him. And one day, in the context of hanging out with him, I can't say what happened. But one day there was a special day in the context of hanging out with him where something happened. And that something changed my life. I mean, the whole arc changed my life, but that something made it really obvious that, wow, everything's different. And, basically what I had thought the reality was ripped away from me and revealed not to be. And I was nakedly exposed to actual reality, which made absolutely no sense to me. It drove me nuts and completely befuddled me because it was so incredibly bizarre. I was a stupid kid. I was like 22 at the time or something, so I didn't have much depth to assimilate it, or not that it can be assimilated per se, but just to not be a jerk in this new context that I found myself in. So
didn't you have this drive to actually grasp this new reality, to understand it, to get a hold of it?
Not so much that. It was. I mean, once I saw it, that was my reality, and the genie was out of the bottle, and that's sort of where I was. But what I was driven to do was to. I re-explored the human context to see to the extent of which anyone else was talking about this in the way I was directly experiencing it, because most of what I had studied up to that point wasn't. And it was very difficult for me to believe that almost everyone could be so drastically wrong. And I thought, have I gone nuts? Does everyone else know something I don't know and I'm crazy? Or do I know something that that no one else knows, and how weird is that? I mean, what are the chances of that, you know? So I sort of revisited all sorts of spiritual traditions and esoteric traditions and what have you, just from in the light of this context that I was directly experiencing, to see if anyone else was saying anything that actually seemed to have anything whatsoever to do with it. And I discovered most of it, no. Most of it, surprisingly, was just completely wrong, and it was just basically fantasy. But some of it, yeah, some of it, there was some of it that was actually, you know, at least aligned with it, if very inaccurately. And there were a few that were really sharp. And that was wonderful to discover. But I was in a way, I was shocked how little of what I encountered was really accurate. Or let's say, I was shocked how inaccurate most of what I discovered is.
But you never had this, never to understand it, I mean not understand, but to put it into a form or...
Well, I flirted with that. I mean, I tried to write, you know, I experimented with trying to write, you know, dissertations or, you know, whatever. I did write a book at one point a few years ago. I'm not sure I'm very happy with it. But, you know, because the very nature of what this is that it's beyond description. So, you know, so right away, it's a fool's errand to try and describe it. But, you know, but I was a fool, so I did. And I've been coming slowly to learn how profoundly true it is that it's transcendental, it's undescribable.
These, you said several of them came very, very close.
Yes.
Can you tell us about those?
Certainly. There's two traditions which are pretty darn accurate if you tap them in the right, in their essence, let's say. Different exponents of the tradition may garble it to various slight or extreme degrees, but traditions themselves are profoundly relevant. Well, not completely, because what this is cannot be said. And those two traditions are Dzogchen within Tibetan Buddhism. It's not actually Buddhism, but somehow it was assumed within Tibetan Buddhism. It's called Dzogchen, which translates as great perfection. And there's many, many books that are available these days for it. Most of them are garbled, very garbled. But the root text and the old text and the root traditions are very lucid and things of extreme beauty. And the other tradition that's quite accurate is called Kashmir Shaivism, which is a branch. It's a yogic tradition originated in Kashmir, and again, its root texts are available and stuff. And there's a lot of popularizations of it, most of which are actually not so far off the mark. But the root texts are very indicate, at least in their essence, what this really is like.
Can you say that last one again?
Kashmir Shaivism. Yeah, if you go to Amazon or Google Kashmir Shaivism, you'll get a lot of hits that'll be relevant to one degree or another. Kashmir Shaivism has 3 root texts, and they're all gems, although they're translations of texts that were written in a foreign language in 700 AD or whatever, so they may or may not be accessible without study. But it has 3 root texts, and they're all excellent. Anyway, but that's unimportant. But because all of that is really redundant, because you have this right here, which is what all that's about. So you don't need to go to an abstraction or a description. It's like going to New York to get to Seattle. Well, you're in Seattle, so you don't need to go to New York to get to Seattle. And you can say, gosh, from New York, it's really easy to get to Seattle. Okay, yeah, but I'm in Seattle. So it's even easier just to... So likewise, all spirituality and all of these really refined traditions and all that are about nothing whatsoever other than this. That is the fact that is the case right here, right now. And you have it, you are it, so you can study it very directly. And it's just simply a matter of being with it outside of your preconceptions, and you will stumble onto its nuances and its details, because it's not hidden. It's not concealed. It's what it is completely openly displayed. But it's so weird relative to the context in which we've all been brainwashed to approach it of reality as being. It's so divergent from human normalcy and human normal worldviews and philosophies that it may be a little off-putting at first, or to make the leap of really, should it really be like that? Could it be that weird? I mean, yes, it can be that weird.
Do you see any benefit of saying the term, what am I or who am I?
Not saying the term, investigating inquiry into who am I is basically inquiry into what is this, which again is the same thing that I'm talking about. Here is this. I mean, here you are. It's not, I is not an abstraction. I is this. I am here. I am this. Here I am. When I say I am, I'm referring to this fact that is here. Basically what I started talking about today, which is my experiential field. So when I say I am, I'm saying my experiential field is present. And exactly what I mean by my experiential field is not really mine, it's not really experiential, it's not really a field, but nonetheless that kind of in common parlance, that kind of refers to this that is here. So if that's I am, then who or what? So here's this I am, what is it? And that's exactly what I'm talking about. You can find out what it is, but it's not asking, repeating phrases or something, advice to the contrary notwithstanding, is not necessarily particularly useful. It's liable to be numbing or dulling. Whereas being with the living, undeniable dynamism and actuality of your experience is anything but dulling and anything but an abstraction. Yes.
You're probably aware that, knowing Peter, the two Peters, that we have a non-duality group.
Yes.
That I've just recently started to attend every week. And I love to go, and there's some sort of a connection I feel there. Mm-hmm. But I often ask myself, it seems rather silly to talk about something you can't talk about. Mm-hmm. And so I often wonder about what we're doing there, and I just wondered if you had any sort of tips for us to sort of make it, I don't know, I suppose you're going to say whatever it is what it is, and so that's fine. And that's kind of my approach to it.
But, yeah, I can elaborate a bit more than that, though, just saying that, which is that talking isn't really talking. Talking is a mystery, just as much as vision is a mystery, or thought is a mystery, or action is. I mean, how can I move my hand? It's completely mysterious. Me moving my hand is an entirely transcendental event. I'm just moving my hand. What's the big deal? But it's if you look at what it is, it's completely transcendental. It's completely mysterious. And talking is the same thing. How does talking happen? What is talking? Talking is inaccurate in human terms of supposedly meaningful abstractions that can accurately capture actual events. But talking isn't really that anyway. Talking is this. Talking is this actual energy presence in its dynamism. This is what does talking. This is what does thinking. So talking and thinking transcend what we think they are. Already they do, because that's what they are. Because they are, transcendental mysteries. Because what does the talking, how can you perceive talking? How can you hear words and turn it into thoughts? How can you have ideas? How can you engage in discussion? How can you have arguments? I mean, it's completely inconceivable. It's really, really weird. And in that weirdness is the transcendental. And any kind of spiritual group is all about the transcendental, so you're playing with it. Whether you know it or not.
Well, I know there's something there.
Exactly, there's something there. Sure.
Peter, there's two questions from the internet. I think one comes from Holland, who has been listening to this at home.
Okay.
So there are two people had similar questions. The question is how to stay in the mode of clarity has been clear, the experience of now lasts a few days and then disappears to normal.
Right.
And there's the tendency to try to hang on to some conceptual understanding of the now experience, to find a way back when it inevitably
Right,
fades.
right. Okay. Trying to hang on to it is the worst possible thing you can do, because there's no it to hang on to. Let it go. Let it come and go, however it does, because it's not a matter of hanging on to clarity or hanging on to or remaining in nowness. It's a matter of discovering that you are always in clarity and you are always in nowness, and nowness and clarity exist in ways that you're not used to recognizing. So when you let it freely come and go, when you're with it, appreciate it and tune into it, and get as much bang for your buck as you can. So when you're with that clarity, it's like, yeah, wow, great. And then when it starts to go and you start to go into abstraction or whatever, just let go. Very easy. It's all good. Very sort of carefree, playfully. And sooner or later, you'll find yourself in clarity again. And then when you're in clarity, maximize it, really hit on it, really work with it. And eventually, the more you're in clarity, the more you will come to discover that non-clarity is actually the same thing. But it can be difficult to discover that when you're in non-clarity, and trying to cling to clarity is one of the surest ways of getting into non-clarity. Because you're holding clarity as a thing that can be clung to, which is already generating an abstraction. This cannot be held, this cannot be clung to, and this is intrinsically clarity. There's no clarity other than this. And it can look like confusion, it can look like emotional turmoil, it can look like distraction, it can look like stupidity, it can look like intoxication, it can look like anything. And that's the nature of clarity. Clarity is a pretty weird thing. But when clarity looks like clarity, it has the power to see all that. And eventually that power, the more often you find yourself in that, the more it spontaneously permeates your experience and establishes a perspective from which you can see quite clearly that these other conditions are actually it too. Because of course nothing actually departs from the reality of your experience. Nothing departs from the experiential field. So all experiential states are reality, and reality is its own pinnacle all the time. So it's not like reality has gradations of, oh, this is more real than this. So stupidity and ignorance and distraction are major modes of reality, as we all know. And when you come to see that that's true, you no longer are bothered by them. In fact, you come to relish them, because they're rather beautiful and fascinating modes of clarity. They're fascinating modes, distraction and stupidity are fascinating modes of the divine. I'm sorry, what was the other question?
No, that was it. There was two questions. They were very similar.
Okay, good. So, and Dzogchen in Dzogchen practice, they address this very directly. They say exactly the same thing. They say in Dzogchen meditation, find yourself in Dzogchen meditation, which basically just means being with being, which of course you already are. So it's really just recognizing the fact of the fact of this is here. Here I am, and don't hold to it, don't cling to it. Let it, it will come, it will go. So the formula in Dzogchen is short sessions repeated many times. So in Dzogchen, you don't sit down to meditate for 3 hours a day, your back straight. You may sit down to meditate, but if you get insight, and then the insight begins to fade, and you begin to drift off into thought or distraction or something. At that point, get up, go out, have lunch, feed the fish, whatever it is you do, and then sooner or later sit down again, and it'll happen again. And the secret here, if there is a secret, it's a secret. It's a pretty good secret. The secret here is that reality wins, clarity wins. I don't know if any of you play bridge, but clarity is like a trump suit. Clarity trumps unclarity. So anytime you experience clarity, it's like putting a dollar in a piggy bank, and then you lose it, and then you experience clarity again, and you put another dollar in the piggy bank, and it keeps going like this. Pretty soon your piggy bank's going to be full. It may only be $1 each time, but sooner or later you're going to have $1 million.
That is about the most positive, encouraging thing I've heard all year.
All right.
Thank you for that.
No, clarity wins, reality wins, insight wins. Any insight is not wasted. You don't need to cling to it. The fact that it's occurred is all that has to happen. And then let it go. If you left something, set it free.
Another question? Okay. So, reality and clarity includes everything. So my other example, I'm at this conference. The conference is ultimately a big picture about making things visible that are not visible in our ordinary culture. I hear something omitted, I speak out. It's, and you know, the speaking out is kind of like I can't sit with not saying this. That's the inner experience. And, you know, then it either is well met or it's not well met. So I know it's kind of along the lines of the other example that you gave me, but I'd like to, because there's a part of my mind going, well, you know, everything exists, so you should just be quiet and not say anything. Or, I know I'm making some things up right now, but I'm trying to understand how to be with the experience and what I choose to do, you know.
Well, it takes care of itself, because you choose to do what you choose to do. But however elaborately you may see the internal mechanism, you end up doing what you end up doing. You may speak out or you may not speak out, and so in fact that's what you chose to do. And again, your internal process is just a reflection of your, you call it your energy state at the time, which is the very part and parcel of your process of you being you becoming you, your unfoldment, you might say. And so everything that you choose to do, everything that you choose not to do, everything that you want to do but fail to do, I mean, whatever, however you want to qualify it, all participation with your functioning, all participation with your experience, is your genuine, honest process. And it's completely self-sufficient just as it is. And it will spontaneously and intrinsically develop. You know, it's all a learning curve. It's all a process of unfoldment. It's a process of maturing that is doing itself via the means of the ongoing incidents of your life and your participation and even your passive experiencing.
So the person up there who's minimizing or omitting, I mean, it's kind of like what I'm hearing is it's all perfect. It's just the way it is. It can't happen any other way because, yeah. And so there's no judgment. It's just kind of like, okay, I did that.
Yeah, and even if there's judgment, there's no judgment on having judgment.
Wow. Huh.
And even if there's judgment on having judgment, there's no judgment on that.
So it really, I mean, you know, I hear this all the time, but to really bring it in, it's all just happening.
Just be real, yeah, just be you. You know, give everything your best shot, which is exactly what you do anyway. I mean, that's just another way of describing what already happens. And your best shot may not be very good, but that's your best shot at the time.
Wow.
And it's not even not very good. You're just thinking it's not very good according to the way you're approaching it. It's actually very good, given your actual condition at the time. And it becomes a stepping stone to your next, to your progressive unfoldment of maturing, of being able to do it more skillfully. You know, you learn to do things well by doing them poorly, let's say. And again, that's a very heavy-handed qualification. And this applies across the board to all of life. Life is an ongoing process of doing it wrong, which leads to doing it better, which is doing it wrong, which leads to doing it better, which is doing it wrong, which leads to doing it better forever.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's an ongoing, it's a never-ending process of self-refinement. Reality is continually refining itself. You know, which looks like, in spiritual terms, we might call it, I usually call it unfoldment.
So there is really no transformation that everybody's like striving for. It's
fantasy, it's a reciprocation. I mean, there is transformation, but it's ongoing. And it may even seem to occur in quantum leaps from time to time, but those quantum leaps are a function of the ongoing arc. It's like water continually flows downhill, and it will flow downhill come hell or high water. Is that a joke?
I got it.
Or a bad metaphor. But anyway, so water will continue flow downhill, and sometimes it'll seem to be stuck in a pool, but it's flowing downhill even when it's in a pool, because it's seeping and eventually it flows, or it's evaporating, comes down and keeps flowing. And then sometimes it might hit a waterfall and cascade spectacularly out thousands of feet. But when it's just a trickle going along here, or it's a spectacular waterfall, it's still water flowing downhill. And likewise, your process is continually self-refining, intrinsically. It's continually unfolding. It's continually self-developing, let's say. Continually moving into progressive maturity. And it will continue to do so. And its very process is all the eventfulness of your experience. And not just the eventfulness that you acknowledge as eventfulness, but subtle feelings and notions and dreams and fantasies and anything whatsoever that occurs in your experience.
And so, in that moment when you're doing something wrong, that's not wrong.
Mm-hmm. And it's not wrong to think that it's wrong. And it's not wrong to be pissed off at yourself for doing something wrong. And it's not wrong to claiming you want to do better and failing. It's all just process. It's all just process. It's never, we have the erroneous notion that events are goals. I'm sitting here talking, so my goal is to speak well. There's no goals. This is process. So it doesn't need to be good, because it's process that leads to goodness. And the goodness it leads to is actually this process that leads to goodness. It's all, all relative, you might say. Youth leads to maturity, and maturity leads to more maturity, which leads to death, which leads to more maturity. Talk about cascading off the waterfall.
Or evaporating.
We're going to take a lunch break in a few minutes. We'll knock off for about an hour and reconvene back here in about an hour if you'd like to do so. I can go till about 3-ish today. We have to catch a flight, but I think we can probably go till somewhere around 3. And there you go. Any more urgent observations or lots of urgent observations before we break for lunch?
You mentioned absorption, which I'd heard of, but never really looked at it closely. But you also mentioned the Kashmiri Shaivism, which a guy that I had corresponded with on the net mentioned, and apparently Osho, which I think everybody's probably familiar with here, was supposedly an exponent of that, and he mentioned like 112 different forms of meditation, and then he also, there was a video out of this form of spiritual practice, you might say, that I've been doing for about 50 years, and I don't know whether he added that to the 112 forms of meditation, but I was wondering if you had anything to comment on which, if any, of those 112 forms of meditation might be more effective.
Well, in Kashmir Shaivism, there's a book, a wonderful book, whose title is eluding my mind right now. Yes, thank you. Vijnana Bhairava, which consists of basically nothing other than a list of meditation techniques.
Yeah.
But these meditation techniques are opportunities for noticing the miraculousness of the present moment. They are not necessarily things to be pursued mindlessly over and over, mechanically over and over. So Kashmir Shaivism is all about insight. It's all about recognition. The basic premise of Kashmir Shaivism is essentially a rephrasing of what I'm putting forth here, or vice versa, which is that this condition is the absolute condition already, and it's not a matter of achieving it or establishing it, but simply recognizing that that's the case. And the main impediment to recognizing it as the case is our misinterpretations of it. So all of these meditation techniques are basically just tricks that can possibly facilitate that recognition. But they aren't in themselves particularly valuable as something to do over and over again necessarily. In fact, doing them over and over may be counterproductive in terms of increasing kind of a dullness rather than facilitating the leap of insight, which is hopefully being stimulated.
Thanks.
I mean, the basic trick with meditation techniques is whatever works. If you do something and you get magic, cool. If you do something and you don't get magic, why repeat it? Or do it again until you get magic, and if you eventually have done it after a sufficiently long time and the magic ain't happening, you know, maybe it's time to move on to greener pastures. The point is to get results, not you know, by hook or by crook, not the way to get there. You know, you can get money by working really hard, you can get money by inheriting, you can get money by robbing a bank. The point is to get the money. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it's kind of like watching Columbo on TV. You know, after you've watched a few episodes, you realize they're all the same plot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Seen when you've seen them all. Well, why don't we break for lunch? So it's about, in fact, it's noon 01. So we'll meet back here around 1, and I can be available to hang out for another few hours, if you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. It wouldn't be nearly so much of an interesting chat without you. I'm going to leave us online for no particular reason, even though most of us will be gone. And you online people, if you come back at about 1, California, Seattle time, we will be here.
No.
You're over here.
Sure. I can email. I also have. I'm starting to do web conferences, so I can be with people interactively online and things like that. All that's possible. And the easiest thing to do is just go to my website, and if you poke around Christian Perseverance, you'll find links to contacting me. I mean, you can always just contact me, which comes directly to me, and ask me about anything else. But there's also links to hook you up with these various other things. And all my talks are always recorded, and all the audio is available online for free and stuff too, if you're interested in listening to it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really true. That just, sometimes
If any of you are interested, I'm doing a retreat, a Joshua tree in April next year. And there's flyers over here, anyone wants to attend, we'd love to have you. Very pretty.
I am. I live here.
Actually, induction was one of the which I couldn't. This is what I smile. Basically, they're
Yeah, we're good. Well, you later, that's it related. Yeah, a little bit different.
Yeah.
But it's good. About this stuff. Go on.
Yeah.
Well, Amir,
But it's good.
Yeah?
Well, I guess we know what you're doing.
I know, we'll stay.
Yeah.
We'll stay around Seattle. In fact, I think we're really talking about. Uh-huh.
Right.
Ask us what we're gonna do.
Well, I
Go ahead, no, go ahead, ask us. We have no idea.
I think my friends getting kicked out, but then when I
Yeah.
for lunch, but I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm not closing the place, so kind of felt the.
Well, we leased from the school district. We leased a building from the school district, and they're taking it back to use as a school again.
Very nice, okay.
Yeah, after 32 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go ahead, ask us what we're gonna do.
What are you gonna do?
We have
That's what I wanted to ask you.
You don't know? Oh, no.
okay.
Oh.
Oh, goodness, no. They're the full-on,
Yeah, right.
you know.
Full month.
Yep, that's it. Okay, so.
So is this like your place here?
Yeah. Yeah, what's your name?
Philip.
I'm Alan.
Hi.
Alan?
Nice to meet you, this is Dan.
He's in the quality.
Oh,
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, right, sort of, yeah, except my eyesight and memory.
Yeah.
But other than that. Oh, you brought your lunch. Good.
That's wise.
Yeah. I think.
I'm not sure that I'm gonna go out or not tonight, so it's.
There we go.
I may have, yes, they seem homemade.
Yeah.
They are definitely homemade.
They're killing me. They are screaming at me. They are calling my name.
Well, Alan, I'm gonna make this.
What are you gonna make?
I'm just gonna cut up the
That's how? Just kind of a notch.
Yep, a nosh.
Sounds good.
So it's interesting, our host reacted one time with the spider. Right?
Yeah.
Narada. You know the place where Woodland, on Woodland.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what that place is.
Yeah, starts with the N.
I just threw it out there. I really liked it, and then I was like, well, I'm just gonna see if, you know, why not here? Because I think they were painting over there. I mean, I don't know about it.
When the phone rang,
Who was that?
that was Hazen. I've been called to her for
At what time?
2:30.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
you know.
Apparently these guys have been trying to get a hold of me for days. My phone was dead, leaving messages that I somehow didn't get. And anyway,
Okay.
does that work? Well, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
Is,
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's fine. So the 350s.
yes.
Aren't you guys getting that yet?
I wonder if rehearsal is, verse and rehearse.
Yeah. Verse and rehearse, right? Oh my God, your puns are almost unbearable.
So you guys have a non-duality group?
Yeah, sort of. Well,
That's actually the perfect answer, right?
Are you not eating, Ellen, or do you
call
want
it
any of this?
secondary.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of a secondary cult, this is called, as a core organization. But, then there's non-duality, heard about it all the time. This, Brown, only tangentially, the various people involved in work. So, very people, sadness and but anyway, those are various people that wear various spots on them. Various so, you know, I kind of look upon non-duality as you know, house purchasing.
Yeah, I went to those.
And,
Did it help?
well, yeah, but I guess I never really got into purchasing. Because I, you know, suddenly after my mother died, she set up this minimal trust and this year, you got this issue and we had.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not nice your mom died, but it's nice to know.
Yeah, well, according to my sister, set it up specifically because it was so terrible.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was super helpful, but it kind of gets you in the mode of, hey, I'm a home buyer, the terms are from escrow, mortgage,
Right.
you know, these things go through you and you just get more used to it. And I think I went twice over years and when I just went a few months ago, a lot of it's about promoting their mortgage service and their realtors. It's a little awkward. They were super nice with the realtors when they're handing out their cards and I'm looking in their towns and they're like, oh, okay.
We won't talk to you.
No, they were actually sweetest ones who did.
Well, I figure if somebody sells a house in
If
Fort
they
Jackson,
come to
they make as much money as they would sell an comparable house at the same price as the other one.
Yeah, but they're
I
not
wouldn't
gonna.
use a realtor who's in Valley, which is where the class is. I would use a realtor.
Right, they can't really, they wouldn't drive all the way to show it.
Yeah.
I made a comment based on a partial hearing of the previous conversation.
It's all about partiality.
But I'm excited you guys are looking into.
Yeah, I mean, it seems, it's getting to seem awfully strange that it's nearing the 1st of November and our drop dead date is February 28th and we don't know.
Well, you know, one house in that area, but I don't know if this is a long shot, but Patty told me about it, is.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the.
She told me.
Yoga Samadhi, yoga lady.
Kathleen.
Yeah, across the valley from her.
Oh, sorry, that's a different one.
No.
Patty told me about one of Jeff's kids that bought a house in Beacon Hill.
Oh, this is the same one.
Oh, okay,
Because
cool.
It's right
Oh,
next
and
door
it
to
is
her
next.
son, to this son. And
Did you look at it?
So I went to it just to get in the vibe of, okay, get more familiar with the area. I didn't. Yeah, and the between the yoga teacher, Kathleen, her boyfriend or husband, whoever was in the background, was, is this the right house? And he goes, yeah, but I don't know if it's for sale. Was a good point, you know, Patty just said it was empty and there's some time. And so, it was kind of figure out, all I could do was look in the window and it was noisy traffic. And I realized maybe that was.
Like a busy street?
No, more like Rainier Avenue, yeah, down and maybe the freeway.
You know what's one thing I read about Beacon Hill? I was actually looking at something, I wasn't thinking about Beacon Hill, but I was concerned about if you're looking anywhere in the south, I'm thinking about the airplane.
Yes, I got into that when I looked in Des Moines.
Right. And
yeah.
This website I saw was that there's this sort of greening of SeaTac Airport.
Yes.
And that.
It's big, they're letting people keep leaves in this big green belt.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But what I heard was that the shift was actually going to make Beacon Hill noisier with air traffic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because they're diverting it from closer.
Somehow how they're repatterning how planes are coming in and going out.
Yeah, see, and it's weird, we lived in a bunch of houses down there and sort of watched the skies for a while
Yeah.
as we were there. Much bigger deal for you
Yeah, and I
than
don't
it
know
was
if
for
that
me.
pollution.
The noise pollution.
Noise and air pollution. If you're close enough north of that runway, they're dumping all kinds of things. I could smell it in the air.
Apparently, you know, if they're coming in with excess fuel, they dump it before landing.
Well, they can't.
Oh, yeah.
The fuel,
Oh, yeah. And then
Where do you
it,
dump gas?
yeah, well, jet fuel, and then it atomizes on its way out.
that's where you can find your nice house cheap.
Yeah, and
Oh my God.
right within the, you know, and the noise itself wouldn't bother me at all. I kept saying, hey.
I've heard people do.
Oh, I'm sure you do. We actually have a lot of air traffic over this
Sure.
building. This is part of some pattern.
Really?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
this
where I
is-
am now, they're testing the Dreamliner from the Everett.
Right,
airport
you see that
Boeing.
sometimes.
And it's okay,
Yeah.
but it is so.
So I mean, the fact of the matter is here, when you get up in the morning and go outside at 5:30, it's really quiet. But by the time you get to 7 o'clock and traffic is cranking up over here on
Yeah,
Lake City
yeah.
Way, it's loud.
It is loud.
And we, I don't know, we
Yeah.
got used to
It doesn't
that.
feel as horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get used to things. It's such a juggling act. And for Townsend, it's like the paper mill bloom, you know, trying
Yeah.
to predict the wind patterns, you know.
Right, so you're largely out of the stinky zone.
Yeah, but.
And I think that was one of the issues with that first house you were looking at, which was
No,
so
actually,
cute. I looked at that.
That wasn't really the issue. It was close to the mill, but I almost like, there's such a serendipitous thing. These neighbors, helpful neighbors would come out during the few minutes I was there, you know, and I would strike up conversations with them. And they said, like, one couple who lived there 20 years never smelled the mill. It's something about the pattern wasn't. It was good. Niles was concerned about it just from the geography, but the wind pattern said no, and these people would not, and none of them, I talked to maybe 4 or 5 people, said they smelled it. So it was okay. That's where you need to go, and it was knock on doors, you know. Right? Well, I'm not looking in Swim. I don't think there's any problem in
No.
Swim. It's just in
Just
just
that
for
paper.
Townsend. It's just on this one steam zone.
And when the patterns change, like sometimes I can spot it.
Yeah, they say the whole town is,
Yeah.
you know.
If the wind's going that way.
And they're supposed to be doing more to install stuff to lessen it. They always said they did as much as they could. Well, now it turns out there's more. Maybe it came with new technology.
Yeah.
So maybe it won't even be much of an issue. But there's just stuff, you know, it's just, you know, horrible, depressing bathrooms and windows and, you know,
Oh, in that.
in general,
Uh-huh.
that's just.
You mean at the houses you looked at?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've seen that too.
Oh,
We
yes,
looked
we
at a
have.
couple of them that are just shocked. What you got?
You have to watch electrical hazard.
Oh my God, yeah. You're gonna get hot tea on your face when you stay there.
Literally too. One client was telling me, I'm sure she has a nice house, and she said 6 years into living here, they were gone and almost the middle of the night, and a wire in the garage, the thing was even on, it just malfunctioned, and the neighbors called them and woke them up, and their house burned down. It was just, and I told Miles, and he said, yeah, that can happen, it's just, it's not, you know, maybe just a weakness in the wire or something. That's pretty.
The first place I lived in, a small wire and post wire and no hot wire.
Yeah.
When would that must have been from like the
1910.
1910?
I think it was 1923.
Are you thinking of doing anything with Meg or anyone else?
I mean, it's crossed our minds. Meg found out, did you hear about her heart? No. She found out she has congestive heart.
Yeah, she's sick.
I know. I mean, she's doing okay. I think actually, believe it or not, she was feeling horrible. Just no energy, she's got a lot of energy. Yeah. But she was like short of breath. Yeah. She just thought, it's sad, so it's something.
She has sort of asthma-ish tendency.
Yeah, exactly. But she went to the doctor, and that's when she found out. And in a way, she's doing kind of better because it's like, there's a reason why.
And what is she supposed to do?
Well, she's just getting started with. It's got to be on 3 or 4 medications.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one that's most daunting for her is oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say that to her.
Yeah,
Maybe she won't have that experience of.
Well, I think it is supposed to be really hard to get off of once you're on it, although people do.
Well, her doctor thinks she's probably.
Yeah,
really worried
yeah,
about
so why you
letting
wouldn't
go.
get off it, yeah. Wow.
So, I mean, I have to say,
That's a
she's
blood-
navigated.
that's a blood test.
Right.
Yeah.
She's navigated, I think,
Seems
very
to be.
well. But I just am thinking, she's on her own, we have to move. She's got 2 really complicated studio spaces. Really complicated.
Yeah.
And she just found out she's got this health issue. I'm like, sweetheart. But
Worst
she
part
does
of
seem.
worst part of the whole thing.
We're yakking about people in the school. Mary Ann used to live in the school, yeah.
Yeah, Mary Ann. used to-
Sorry
Yeah,
about
so-
that.
How many different people live here? I mean, how many apartments?
There's like 12, well, there used to be 9 residences and now, there's like 8 still, but we have to be out at the end of February, so we're slowly, people are finding these situations, although we're mostly still in business here, but yeah.
The worst part of what Meg's got going on, I think, is the fact that she's kind of in it on her own.
Finally got it.
Yeah.
Right.
And I just am so glad I have my help. And being self-employed too, both of us, it's
Right.
like shaky that way too, where there's no guaranteed, paycheck or payment that way.
Yeah. Well, for sure, it's a life,
Right.
definitely a life change.
I feel better about the whole thing just knowing that I can come home and bitch, and that she can whinge at me.
I know, there's.
I never whinge.
Never whinge?
I don't even know what that means.
Complain.
That's what I think.
It's an English expression.
Kvetch.
No, whinge.
I know, but sort of.
Oh, yeah, it is
Yeah,
kvetch.
it's kvetching.
Right.
Do you ever think of going to the townhouse and this other week? Well, you can't.
A long
I gotta get off.
a long time ago, that had been the plan.
I mean, that was actually designed for us. You know what, I think it's been sort of one of those really cool things that they ended up having this other wing, and now Landon and Shawnee and the kids come, or any kind of company.
They said they had lots of out-of-towners.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful luxury for them to have. I'm really happy.
I mean, if it was still available in 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be different.
What I've heard about Port Townsend, and you lived there for a
Were you
while.
here the first half hour?
You have
I
a
came in
specific
late.
training.
I missed out his talk. I don't know if you,
Oh, did you
do
guys
you
get some
remember of
cookies?
anything that he said, or?
Got cookies on the table.
I figured as much, but I thought I'd ask.
First of all, there's nothing over there doing what I.
I mean,
No real collection at all.
it's amazing to
The
me.
banks there.
And he keeps thinking of different things to tell you. Have you been coming
Yes.
to see him for a while, or?
3 times out of 4.
Oh, okay.
Centralized locations.
Because in the beginning, he doesn't talk. We hear him the questions.
And that,
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got here about
What a
10:30.
lot of people do over
Yeah, he
there is
starts
what
off
I heard somebody refer to
saying
as the
about-
Port Townsend.
Well, have you been here before?
Yeah.
No,
which
this is the first time I've
is,
seen
you
it.
know,
Oh,
we work
experience. This is
8
all
hours a
about
week at one gig and then 12 hours a
experiencing.
week at another
You're the
gig.
experience,
Okay.
your
10
experience
hours
of
a
each
week at
person
some other
is
gig.
experiencing.
Yeah.
And I think that's the
I don't want to do
foundation.
that very much.
some people call it awareness or something.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, what in your realm of,
Yes, you have your own realm.
yeah,
Experience.
yeah.
He gets into everything from there.
Yeah.
It all starts with your own, experience, your own.
Oh, there's a little more to this. There is more to it, definitely. And somebody who's,
Experience is different.
not all in all are reasonable.
And of course, the trouble is
Good and
mistaking
does what they say they're gonna do.
things,
So that's great.
thoughts, and things for reality, for the experience. We get entangled in that thing. That's the big trouble. We think this is reality. We think this is like concepts and structures and all kinds of things.
And you wake up and go, wait a minute, I've been lost in my head for a half hour.
Yes.
Like driving down here. It's like, okay, I'm gonna stay here with this driving.
Yes.
And then next minute you're gone.
You're gone.
Yeah.
But you're still driving and you're still there, but you're. That's a good, because you can drive and you can actually drive fairly safely, but not alertly. That's the problem.
They call
autopilot.
Yes.
You're driving the car, but mentally you're completely somewhere
But
else.
that's exactly what's happening. That's a good example. I never thought of that because that's what's happening every day. We get in this autopilot, except all of a sudden we suddenly wake up. Oh.
But we have no control of it. Then you wake up and then you're, a second later you're back to sleep.
Well, and it seems like no matter what, you can always get those moments to last for a moment.
Yeah.
You know?
So autopilot takes over now. Takes quite a bit of the time.
Yeah.
It's like, good, I'm going to take it.
Now, you've done the meditation will probably be,
No.
because that is a different one. I've been quite a few of those. Once you get it going, get the awareness going, they can stay there pretty
If it helps.
Wonderful.
If it helps.
Doesn't stay, but while you're there.
Have a good lunch?
Oh, good lunch. You brought a good example of not being in clarity is when you're driving the car and you get in autopilot. And I think that's what's happening to us all the time is this autopilot is kind of taking over. But you still drive safely and you kind of know, well, you don't really see what's going on, but you're there and you're not. Yeah. Anyway. Good. Yeah. Gave you another example of this whole thing. We had some people that just came. She missed the first hour or so. Someone else just came in. So.
Yeah, I wanted to know if you remembered anything you said while I was, the first part that I missed.
Not a word.
But he can't remember any of it.
It's all recorded. It's all recorded. You can catch it in reruns.
Oh, okay, just on your website?
Yeah.
Oh, cool, okay, that's great.
That's right. That's what's good.
Yeah, that's nice. I didn't know you had that on there.
Yeah, I record all my talks and they're all posted for free. You can listen to them or download them, whatever you want.
Okay, that's great.
How long does it take usually to get them to the public? It doesn't take a few, it doesn't come a week or two or before it?
It depends on how diligent I am.
Okay, that's all right.
Sometimes it's a week or two, sometimes it's at the end of the month. The worst case is always the end of each month.
Okay.
And lately I've been worst casing it, so.
So we really appreciate.
But they'll get there eventually. They're recorded, and that's the main thing.
Yes.
And there's years of talks posted. There's several hundred hours of talks. I've God knows how many.
I don't see how the family time. You don't have much. Seems like you don't have much family time, or with your.
Well, I don't do that many talks.
You don't think so?
No.
It sure seems to me you do.
No, I do 2 public talks a month, except for out-of-town talks. And I do one of those a month on average up here or in LA. And then I do usually like 3 invitational talks for people that I've been working with a while, a month, and that's it, really.
Really? It seemed like it was a lot more than that.
No, I'm lazy.
I'm glad. I didn't see how you could, I know You seem to, you learn from it, right? You learn from the talks, you enjoy it. But that's a lot of, I'm glad.
I'm Anne, by the way. Susan. Hi, Susan. Do you live in Seattle?
I don't live in Annapolis.
Oh,
That's
so,
why I was late.
yeah, that takes, what, about almost 2 hours to get down there?
And I long term, take a little longer.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, well.
actually pretty easy to find, but.
It is. It is. There's nothing too tricky about it.
Have you done any physical things like yoga or
Yes,
sports?
this is the third one.
Ever get
and I
into
think
the physical?
another one scheduled for December, if I remember.
Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot.
Yeah. How did you
I've
hear
been
about
a
it?
musician all my life, which is actually which has some degree of physicality. Particularly since I started out on drums. Drums is a rather physical instrument.
Oh, yes. Drums.
Kind of like dancing while you're sitting down.
Yes, absolutely. That's a good point. I agree. Yoga, they talk about drums an awful lot. It's very.
Yeah, drumming's very integrated. So because you're moving, but your limbs are moving independently, but very coordinatedly. So it's and when you get develop those skill at it, it just becomes just an effortless integration, dynamic integration. So it's really it is a yoga in its own right.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't see how it's doing anything besides
Absolutely.
barely.
Wow.
Is there fair? So, yeah. Is it like an all-day thing too? Oh, that's kind of like a mini retreat.
So you can stay by the day. More just.
Yeah. You get a volume discount.
All day's a lot of talking.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is very generous.
Oh, you mean on 65th?
I was, of course, sitting, I was trying to look around. Feels like
Oh, okay.
pretty cozy this morning.
No, next Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
So, yes, so you haven't, did you say he was going to go to today?
That's right, because of an operation.
Oh,
Yeah.
But Maddie did it way back.
That's the young person. That's
The one
the,
that's 16.
yeah.
I know, she's been my student since she was.
Hi, how are you?
So to see
Good
her
thing.
now, she's been making art her career, and to see her now, she's doing beautiful work. So I'm really proud of her. But it's easy. They're freezing.
I've got the boiler guy coming on Monday.
Oh, is it? Well, soon, I mean, they've only got one more class here.
Oh, right.
Then I'll probably do lots of the other.
Yeah.
I don't think they can switch it off.
Do you know if you'll be able to play home in your space?
No, but I'm hoping we can, because I don't, you know, because I don't end up having to open windows, and that's not good. So I'm hoping we can just.
Yeah, it's hard to tell when it's present form.
There was a coffee.
I love those turquoise things.
I'm sorry.
I was just thinking now, those are good for reality study. It's like, what is it? Those are tapes from what you recall.
I do too. If there were, if I wish they were all, if there were earth tones, I was thinking, how did all of those, because it would be like a Moran painting they were doing, just different tones and values.
Yeah.
You know, do you have a point of
Too late yesterday it was, and then it did glorious.
Yeah, that autumn.
I have a book. It's called Dreams.
I guess we're mostly back. We can start in again. I see a few new people who weren't here this morning, so maybe I'll do a very brief recapitulation of what I might have said in the beginning.
Oh, good.
The essence of spirituality is really about being empirical, being with the reality of being as it actually is, rather than as we're used to thinking of it as being. And we may not be aware that we're not doing that, but at any rate, being with what your experience actually consists of is the totality of spirituality. It turns out your experience is your experiential field, which is this present field of experience that is present right now and always, within which all of your experience appears. Your body appears, all other human bodies appear in your experience, the world appears in your experience, the universe appears in your experience, the galaxies appear in your experience. All these things appear in your experience. And they're real only because your experience, your experiential field is real, and since they appear in it, that's why they get reality. Anything that does not appear in your experiential field is not real. And I think I gave an example of like a dream that you have never had and you're never going to have. How real is it? Well, it could be real if you happen to dream it, but if you don't dream it, what? I mean, think the infinity of dreams that you haven't dreamed. How real are they? It's a fantasy. It's a concept. So experience is reality. What is real is what is experienced. What is experienced is what is real. And this is not theory. It's just empirical fact. You know, and it's really quite self-evident. Our touchstone of reality is experiential anyways. I mean, some crazy person comes up on the sidewalk and says, "Look, the aliens are landing. The aliens, look, there comes a spaceship. It's landing in the middle of the street." And you look over and you go, "I don't see any spaceship. You're nuts." You know, maybe they see a spaceship, but you don't see a spaceship, so it's not real for you. So they're nuts, right? You don't know what they see. Maybe they do see a spaceship. Maybe they're nuts. Maybe they're nuts and they see a spaceship. But anyway. I mean, it's common sense that experience is reality. And the interpretation of experience is not necessarily reality. If you experience something, you may misinterpret what it is. You may see a mirage and think it's a pond of water, and you come up to it and you see there's no water there. But the experience, which is of the present, in this case, visual apparition, is real. So this is the fact, this is the case, the reality of all of our experience. And yet most human beings are used to orienting to their experience in terms of an interpretive framework, in terms of essentially a worldview of interpretation held usually unconsciously, which exists within their imagination. And this worldview is not deliberate. It's not even usually acknowledged as being of a subjective view. It's usually just held to be just how things are, just the way things are. And, you know, typical examples of this would be, oh, there's space and there's time, the past is real, the future is real, there's an objective world, you know, I am a body, I am a byproduct of a body, I am nothing more than a body, and this body exists in a vast world of all sorts of other material objects and various other objects, and it's desperately important that I, you know, manage my body and keep it in such a juxtaposition with all these other objects that it doesn't come to harm or finds maximum pleasure or what have you, blah, blah, blah. And so there's this whole sort of unconscious, unspoken scenario that people typically carry around in the back of their minds. And it's all imaginary. It all exists solely in their mind. The actuality is the experiential characteristics that are present in their field of experience now. So that's the whole thing in a nutshell. We can all go home now.
So that would mean that, if it's okay,
Please.
That it would be not possible to separate ourselves from experience.
Of course, because you are experience. So the notion of a yourself that could be separated is just, what would that mean?
Right.
It'd be like separating yourself from your dream when you're dreaming at night. How could you do that? You are your dream. Your dream is you. It's not like you're over here and the dream's over here somewhere. The dream is most intimately in you, is you. The dream isn't all of you. There's portions of you which are outside the dream, which may not be particularly explicit or being noticed at the time. Just like there's portions of you that are outside your visual field, you know, that you may or may not be noticing at any given time. And how could you separate yourself from your visual field? You know, it's gibberish in actuality.
So when you had that experience with, what'd you call him, your teacher?
Call him anything, yeah.
Friend of your mom's?
Yeah.
You got this awareness then at that point? Is that right?
It's not like I got the awareness at that point. You could say it blossomed. I don't know. I mean, there's no precise way of putting it. But at any rate, yes, something happened.
And
something weird happened.
And did it not fade away then?
No.
It stayed?
Yeah. Well, let me characterize that. How can I put this clearly? The condition that it established and revealed remained absolutely clearly. And in fact, it was recognizable as the condition that I've always been in, which I hadn't realized necessarily prior to that time. But my experience of what that looked like fluctuated and all over the place.
Before then?
After then.
Oh, even then.
Because the very nature of experience is to change continually. I mean, every time I go to sleep at night, the whole world disappears and my body disappears and all this other stuff happens. And so on and so forth. Or, you know, moods come and go, experiences come and go, being busy with the circumstance and absorbed in an activity comes and goes. And so, you know, what it looks like can vary enormously. But call it the context, the sense that, I mean, the main fact of that event was the context that it revealed, and that remained.
So what do you think brought about that event?
Can't say. Whole arc of my life. I mean, you know, you can't separate out what brings about anything. You know.
Well, did you do a certain practice with him, or was
No.
it conversational?
He was a drinking buddy. we would hang out. I would go over to his house usually in the evening, and we would sit around and drink sweet vermouth, and he would tell tales of his adventures in South America. It was mostly what we did. So I don't know if you can extrapolate any recommendations from that.
Sweet vermouth.
Hey, it's a strong hypothesis. I lean in that direction myself.
Whatever happened didn't necessarily change much subsequent to that.
Yes and no.
I'm interested in that because I don't think I've ever had a lucid dream ever. But more and more lately, as I look at this stuff and sort of learn more about consensus-based reality and that everything is right now and stuff, I have really short-term, little bitty moments of being lucid while I'm awake. Right?
Great.
And goddamned if I don't, find myself saying, I want that all the time.
Sure.
And it's basically the same question I asked you 3 months ago when you were here. How do you do that?
Well, the how you do it is exactly what you are doing. What you are doing it will inevitably lead to that condition, and that condition is just a recognition that this condition is that condition.
Yeah, but I have a tendency to couch it in terms of like remembering or noticing or looking for some sort of mechanism or a switch that I can throw or something.
Yeah, but that what you're doing now is what leads to that. So the answer to how is just this. You're doing it. But it's an arc.
I'll say.
It's like it's a process. You could say it's a process. Yeah. It's like saying, it's like people saying, it's like a couple saying, well, how do we have children? Well, it's a process, And you could say, well, the having children happens in the delivery room on the day of, but in actual fact, that's just a particular crisis incident and a long trajectory of process, which...
It's a mechanical process, though, right, that you can define.
Right.
And what I'm trying to do, it seems like what a lot of us are trying to do, is not a mechanical process that is indefinable.
Yeah, it is indefinable, but that doesn't mean it's not doable. And the very sincere interest in it is probably the primary ingredient in being engaged in that arc that leads to that event, or that includes that event, let's say. Sincere interest is essential. Intelligence, a sufficient intelligence is essential, and it doesn't need to be a particular kind of intelligence. It just needs to be happen to be any kind that does the trick. So you can't say before the fact. It's not like you have to be a certain level of IQ or something, but you have to have what it takes when you need what it takes to have to do what it takes to.
And then a miracle happens.
Right. Well, it's not the miracle happens; it's that you recognize that a miracle has been happening. Thinking of this in terms of an event or is not really of the essence. It's not really useful, I don't think. The thing is just, continue to explore what it is, continue to explore especially the ways in which it manifestly deviates from what you're used to having been thinking it is.
Right.
And you're just by that fact alone, you'll be pushing your own envelope. And pushing your envelope is the process or the engagement that leads to the event. But it's not about the event. You know, for some people it doesn't look like an event. You know, it can look like a gradual whatever, I don't know. I mean, everyone's completely different and there's no formula. You know, but sincerity, intelligence, and luck, / destiny, / karma, whatever, is you know, the ingredient. Yeah.
So beyond just sincere interest, do you think, and those other elements, do you think there's a role for love, devotion, bhakti yoga kind of thing?
There can be, but again, those things can be useful as experiments, but they can also be traps. So, you know, no particular, let's call it mode of activity. No mode of activity is necessary, and no mode of activity is excluded. But any mode of activity can be an asset or a liability, depending upon how it ends up being used or how it ends up being engaged with. And nothing is an ultimate trap. It's impossible to be trapped ultimately. It's like water moves downhill, and it's going to move downhill. You can dam it up, but it's still going to move downhill sooner or later. And likewise, reality finds itself. The whole, you could say the whole, I mean, theoretically speaking, the whole reason for this to exist at all is reality is finding itself. Reality is exploring itself, and that's what your experience is reality exploring itself. And reality is going to find out. Reality is going to succeed. It may not look very efficient in the process. It may look like it meanders all over, over hill and dale, and but it gets there. So any place you get stuck or a trap is not final. You're never ultimately trapped. You can't stop reality any more than you can stop water. It's going to go downhill.
I agree. I like your illustration. Water going downhill. It seems like reality is always working toward your realization, as it were. But on the other hand, it's amazing. I don't know how to say it. There's so many people in the world, and it seems like, of course, we don't know how many people are really involved in. I mean, our closest realization or something, but just by what's happening in the world, and for so many ages, it's a mystery why more haven't realized or something.
Oh yeah, who knows? Who knows? But you know, again, it's a mistake to glorify realization. All of life is the process that includes realization and is moving towards realization. And realization is not the end. Realization is just a milepost in this infinite trajectory. And even people who aren't at all interested and engaged in or know anything about this are, in fact, their very being is this process. So there's no such thing as not being on the spiritual path. The spiritual path is the only path. You know, it seems like a spiritual path when you reach a certain point in your unfoldment and you begin to become really explicitly more engaged in sort of really pushing your own envelope and really looking into things. But it is that anyway, even when you're not aware of it and when it's less obvious. You know. At any point, anyone can have a direct experience of realization. In fact, everyone experiences direct realization many, many, many times every day. But they don't appreciate it, they don't recognize it, so it's just a momentary, what happened, I just spaced out, or whatever, right? It's not acknowledged, it's not appreciated, there's no context for seeing its intrinsic value. Direct experience is always being experienced. And the experience of direct experience is part and parcel of what realization consists of. I mean, realization is just a realization of direct experience. So, and this is direct experience. So, I mean, how can it be to realize, right? And You know, being with direct experience merely means being with your experience outside the context of interpretation, which happens all the time. You know, you space out, or you get distracted, or you you see a fly all of a sudden, you're like falling with your eyes. It's just all of a sudden, it's just you become completely absorbed into the actuality of experience outside of any context other than the actuality of experience. And then you may come back to yourself right away, and what was I doing? Oh, you know. And this happens to everyone all the time. Finding reality is very easy. Experiencing reality is very easy, and everyone's doing it all the time. But letting go of unreality is hard. You know, not having that snap back to, where was I? What was going on here? Let me get a handle on things. Let me pull things together here. You know, that pulling things together is literally pulling unreality into, as like a mask over your imagination that you then pretend to look through as you look at your direct experience. In fact, letting things not be together, or letting things be as together or not untogether as they may happen to be inherently, is just naked experience. Things aren't untogether, but they aren't particularly together either. They're just however they are. Right? But typically we've been brainwashed, we've been trained to have a story, to have an interpretation. Who am I? Here's who I am, and here's why I'm here. Here's what I'm doing. You know, I'm Peter Brown, and I'm here to give a spiritual talk. You know, blah blah blah. It's like, oh God, I have no idea what I am. I have no idea what I'm doing here. I find myself here. There's all sorts of narration and all that I can spin off, but in actual fact, it's an absolutely bizarre, chaotic chain of events, let's say, that has led to this moment, and I don't know why I'm here, what I'm doing here. I don't know what happens here, if anything. You know, I don't know where it's going. I mean, the whole thing is just, you know, and that's the actuality for everyone. It's completely self-evident. It's obvious. You know, you cannot specify with absolute precision everything that you are and everything that you're doing. It's an absurdity. And yet we feel an urgency typically to pretend that we can. You know, justify yourself. What are you doing here? Who are you? What's happening here? And it's all fabrication. It's all bravado. It's all pretense. You know, and it's very, very partial. It never really includes what we really are, what's really going on. It's just kind of a plausible story. It's like, you know, plausible deniability or something.
So apparently part of my trajectory, for whatever reason, and I have no idea why, right now is a lot of thinking about this body situation. I'm also a cancer survivor, and know what that's like to be severely brought up short. Like, you know, like, well, anyway, that's enough said. But because of that, because of what that involved, like a lot of fear and a lot, that I think a lot about what that relationship is. Right. What is this? And this goes kind of back to what I was trying to say earlier about realizing there's no distance. That also this sense of being in a body, like, wow, it's so incredibly difficult to say what this experience is, but it's like where I used to kind of feel actually located, like I'm having my thoughts here, and I'm having this here, whatever. I'm realizing that that's actually just another subtle flavor, to use your word, which is, I think that's a pretty good word, of experience. That when I really, it's what I think of as a thought in my head is that feels close. Is close is just an interpretation. Is pretty dense in there. A lot, you know, it's got a lot of layers of being reinforced. Right. But it is nevertheless an interpretation. And when I just feel it, and then I'm like, is that really so? Is there location there?
Right.
Not so much.
Yeah, exactly. It's a discovery that, you know, the way we think of things isn't wholly untrue, but it's not true either. It's not wholly untrue, but it's not accurate. And in not being accurate, the reality is other than that. You might just say more than that. It doesn't necessarily exclude what we think, but what we think is at best a paltry approximation. You know, and all of experience is like that. All of experience is very multidimensional and slippery and you know, cross-referencing itself. And I mean, it's, you know, things aren't really simple. This is this and that's that. It's things. Everything is slipperier and trickier than that, more subtle than that, more nuanced than that. And it's not like the superficial versions of things are wholly wrong, but they aren't right. They aren't it. They aren't the thing itself. I mean, looking at, you know, just looking at the dimensions of experience can be very, very opening. I mean, where does thought happen? Well, thought happens in its own kind of a dimension. You know, I can tell I'm thinking and I can tell I'm seeing because vision is its own kind of dimension. It has its own kind of a characteristic flavor, which I couldn't possibly describe, but I know it intuitively. I can tell vision is, and then when I'm thinking, I can tell it's a thought. And how can I tell? Because it has a different texture, a different density. I don't know. I mean, there's no words for exactly what the difference is, but it's immediately obvious experientially that there's something different going on. And it's happening in kind of a different dimension. Light happens in the dimension of the texture of light. Sensation doesn't happen in the same dimension as light does, as vision does. You know, when I feel something, I'm not, you know, the sort of the tingling presence that is physical sensation has its own. I don't confuse when I experience a sensation. I don't confuse it with something I'm seeing or something I'm hearing or something I'm thinking. It's quite obviously a physical sensation because again it has the texture, the sort of the characteristics, the textural characteristics of what I think of as being sensation. And if I look at that, the realm, the dimension in which that texture exists, it's its own kind of dimension. And okay, so here's a dimension of sensation, and here's a dimension of my thoughts. Where are they located with relationship to each other? You know, and that's a meaningless question, because they're in different dimensions. It's not like one is here and one is here. It's like one is here and one is here. You know.
But they also can't be. You can't pull them out and go,
no.
It's here and it's
yeah,
here.
They coexist. That's the point. They coexist, but in a strange way, in a slippery way, in a way that is not simple or mechanistic or structural. You know? And being with that strangeness, being with that slipperiness, enables you to be with the way it actually is, rather than holding it to sort of trying to shoehorn it into a simplistic model of, oh, thoughts happen in my head. You know, vision happens in my eyes. It's very easy. I mean, it's a really good meditation exercise. It's very, very easy. It's a really good exploration. Just look at the different dimensions of your experience, and how can you tell them apart? How can you tell when you're seeing versus when you're hearing? I mean, it's a good question. You can't possibly answer the question in words or conceptually, but it's completely obvious. How is it obvious? You know, and that engages you with vision, with the presence of sound, experientially, and what it is that is present, how it is present, what being present means. You know, and it's all equally present, but it's not a simple presence where it's all kind of physically here, you know, jumbled up next to each other. You know, it's like a coexistence of different dimensions. You know, that's strangely, right? Non-linearly. And yet actually, this is not an abstraction. This is an action. You know, all of this experience is very, very, very actual. It's not a concept. It's not an abstraction. We may have concepts and abstractions about it, what we think it is, but that's not the same thing as the thing itself. And it's very easy to have these kinds of just play games, you know, play with your experience and just check it out. Well, what's really here? When I'm thinking, what is it that's here when I'm thinking? What's present? What substance is present? Something must be present or I wouldn't know I'm thinking. What is it? I mean, when you know you're seeing because light's present. You can't say what light is, but you know it has a recognizable texture, let's say, a recognizable whatever, frequency. I mean, we don't have words for exactly what. And thought is likewise equally present in its own way as light is present in vision. But it's not light, it's something else. But it's not light either. It's kind of the same thing that light is in a different frequency or something. I mean, obviously you can't pin it down, you can't say. But these are jumping off points for looking at your experience and finding the way it actually is, which you will not be able to resolve into a description or into a map, but it draws you towards the actuality so you can see how it actually is, even though you won't be able to, again, resolve it as being a particular way. But it is the way it is. It is an actuality. And the trick is to train yourself to be with it as it actually is without immediately jumping to the self-hypnosis of your usual way of thinking about it. Yeah, that's how.
Thought is an interesting, an interesting one because
it's bizarre.
I realized that one of the things that I had layered over thought is that thought was doing the thinking somehow, and now it seems much more like thought is who the hell knows.
It's like the Northern Lights or something. It's just this amazing, this amazing dynamism that shows
like another
up.
Object.
Yeah.
And it's not what's doing
and it's very, very complex because what we think of as thought includes thought itself, may include a kind of a paraphysical pre-vocalization where you're sort of saying the words to yourself with your throat without actually moving any muscles. So that's a kind of a coexistence, sort of a physical thing. And then there may also be actual saying words, which happens in another. So there's all these different dimensions that are coexisting, like a gestalt, and we may think of that as thinking, whereas it's actually a bunch of more or less separate events. It's possible to think thoughts without vocalizing, without sub-vocalizing, and it has a very different texture than when you sub-vocalize it and sort of turn it into concrete words. When you think thought and just sort of let it be just thought, it's very different than sort of heavy-handedly verbal thought. And and again, so all of this is a ripe field for exploration.
There's no boundaries to like thinking and seeing and hearing. It's like if you hear like a sound, you can't say where it begins and ends and how big it is, or you can say it's loud or soft, but and the same thing with thoughts. They're just it's very interesting.
Yeah, all energy presence in experience is fascinating because it's all infinitely specific, and yet it's all absolutely indeterminate. And these two qualities coexist in a way that's paradoxical and you can't wrap your head around. So, if you look around your field of vision, there's infinite, very, very specific details. All of these colors are precisely the colors that they are, and the shapes are precisely the shapes that they are, and the degrees of illumination are precisely the degrees of illumination they are. And it's an infinitely varied field. I mean, you look at someone's face and you're looking at a bazillion colors, a bazillion luminosities, a bazillion textures and visual textures and shapes. And yet, you look at any one of them and you can't pin down exactly what it is. There's always a kind of a fuzziness or indeterminacy or infinity about it. It's a very strange quality. And it's an irrational quality. It's a difficult quality to address logically because we're so used to orienting to apparent specificity and so used to basically ignoring or denying the indeterminacy in most cases. But in actual fact, is, you know, it's exactly mirrored in quantum physics, not surprisingly, but specificity and indeterminacy are always equal. It's not like you get more specificity, it somehow dominates over the indeterminacy. No, you get more specificity, you get just as much indeterminacy. And this is very experientially observable, but it's very strange. It's a very slippery, unlikely, illogical, paradoxical notion, you know. Look at all the colors you're seeing right now. You're seeing them all exactly the way that they are, but you can't really pin down exactly what any of them is. You know, and we all run into this problem pragmatically if you've ever tried to match the paint in a room. You know, it's like you get paint chips and you hold them up and it's like, well, that's close, but it's not quite it. Well, that's close, but it's not quite it. That's close, but it's not quite it. Yeah. And even the color itself doesn't match itself because at one point it's different than the next point, and the same point is even different in the next instant because after all the color is in your experience, not on a wall. And your experience is breathing and bubbling and flashing and shimmering and stuff.
Even the light intensity is constantly changing, even though you're not aware of it.
Yeah.
Breathing and moving.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's doing that, you know, objectively, but it's also doing that subjectively. But experientially, it's certainly doing that. You know, it's impossible. I mean, you know, again, those of you that have heard me talk before have heard me say this many times. There's a very simple experiment you can do to explore the variability of sense experience. Sit before a blank wall, a blank portion of wall, you know, that's nicely illuminated, and just sit quietly and just look at it and see what your eyes are seeing for a minute, 5 minutes. Doesn't have to be forever. And, you know, you'd think, well, I'm just looking at the wall, it's going to look the same from moment to moment. After a while, you're going to think that someone dosed your tea with LSD or something because there's these colors are fluctuating and things are wiggling and they're moving in and out. And, you know, I mean, this is an example, again, using vision, but the same thing applies to any dimension of experience, sensory dimensions, mental dimensions, whatsoever. There's an absolute dynamism and variability that's continually occurring, you know, at every level in terms of the differentiation. And usually, you know, we're trained so that we center these things. We create stability in our sensory experience where the actuality is this amazing dancing around. You know, our experience is actually vibrating and moving and breathing, and our attention is dancing from this to, you know, you look at someone's face, you're not looking at it like this, you notice this and that and this and that, and your eyes are dancing around. And we have a built-in sensory mechanism that kind of ignores this fact of dancing around and sort of creates a stable face that's just sort of sitting there not doing much. But the actual experience isn't like that. And then the colors we're seeing are shifting and moving, and you know, we're seeing little squiggles moving. I mean, the whole thing is just, and again, this is using vision as an example, but all of experience is exactly like this. It's all intensely dynamic and slippery.
That reminds me, there's some glasses for natural vision improvement that are black with little pinholes cut in them.
Mm-hmm.
You put them on, like Dr. Bronner Soap, the guy was photographed with them years ago. But anyway, you put them on and it makes your eyes have to move around the pinholes and everything gets clear right away. It's really a concrete example of that. Because when you take them off, then you start staring, but this way makes you constantly move.
Experience is infinitely rich, and it's much, much, much richer than any way you can, or you may be used to thinking of it as being. And that is the case, and noticing that is the case is a jumping off point into just an amazing richness, an amazing vitality, an amazing actuality that is very empowering and very freeing in terms of opening you to the richness that, because when you're looking at the richness of experience, you're looking at the richness of yourself. You are your experience. Your experience is you. Your experience is not something out there, you know. And so when you discover it, when you tune in, let yourself notice and tune into this intrinsic richness and vibrancy and the actuality of your experience, you're seeing your own richness and vibrancy and actuality, very literally and very empoweringly so.
Peter, do you have any attachment to the body, yourself as Peter Brown? Do you have, do you care about him a whole lot, or,
Well,
you know what I'm
yeah,
trying to say?
sure. Well, that's a very good question, and it's an interesting question. The answer is yes and no. If I was standing in the street and the car was coming at me, would I get out of the way? Sure, if I could. If I was going to, and if I was in a situation where I expected I would damage my body, would I avoid it if I could? Sure. Would I care about it? Sure, I care about it to the extent of doing it. But that's a small part. It's like a very relatively small subsystem of my experience and my functioning and my sense of myself. I don't mean my sense of myself in the abstract, I mean my sense of myself as here. My here-ness is vast, and the physical aspects of it, or let's say the interpersonal aspect. I'm interpersonal now. I'm kind of sitting here and talking, and we're relating and stuff, and it's only a very small part of me that is engaged in that. It's like a subsystem. It's like having an application of a clock on your computer, and the clock's ticking away the time. But that's not what the computer's doing. It's a small part of what the computer's doing. And so I'm not zoomed in on that or anything, you could say.
So you have a sense of being part of this infinite vastness?
Absolutely. And everyone does. It's really just a matter of noticing that we do. It's very slippery and paradoxical, because you'd think, well, if I don't notice it, then I'm not noticing it. But in actuality, everyone is experiencing it, even if you're not noticing it. And it's very slippery the way that happens. Spiritual ignorance occurs, it's a kind of like an auto-hypnosis, where you're actually experiencing the fullness of your being, but you somehow aren't letting yourself know you're experiencing it. I don't mean you, one in this condition. And it's very strange the way that happens. It's very, paradoxical.
Do you in any way find it burdensome to be a subset or an app of this?
No, not at all. Because this is doing that. It's not like I'm doing that in contradistinction to that or in conflict with that. Everything is doing all the specifics, so it's all effortless and seamless and intrinsic. I don't think about what I'm going to say before I say it. And even if I do think about what I say before I say it, I don't think about that I'm going to think about what I'm going to think about. In other words, things just happen, and everything that happens is being done by the totality.
But what I'm getting at is when you're in connection with that totality,
right?
And then, for example, you say you have a plane to catch,
right?
I'm just wondering if it gets in the way sometimes or is that when you just switch to your personhood, or is that with you as you're running through the gate?
It's not an either or, because the gate is, an aspect of the total, and running to the gate is an aspect of the total, and rushing and feeling an urgency to run through the gate is an aspect of that, and cursing the slow drivers in front of me on the road when they're in the way of keeping me to get to the plane is part of that totality. Because it's not like there's any boundary between the subsystems and the totality. It's like a mountain. The mountain is the valley. They're a continuum. We're used to thinking, the mountain's the mountain because it's the part that sticks up. But in actuality, it's just a name. The mountain is the valley. If you look at the valley part, it's the low part of the mountain. If you look at the mountain, it's the high part of the valley. It's just we're used to designating, personal versus environment as if they were two different things. But in actuality, they're just not. I can't, my personality, my Peter Brownness, per se, can't exist outside the context of this full field of trans Peter Brownness. They're one and the same.
That's true, but the Peter Brownness is so aware of actuality that while he's dashing to the plane, he's seeing this and that and this and that and that. And
No, the personality doesn't.
Focused on getting to the plane?
No, the personality isn't aware of anything. What sees experience is always the field.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So what sees through the person's eyes is the transpersonal. And what is seen through the person's eyes is the transpersonal. Without excluding the personal. The personal is just, sort of, you could say, the funnel of the point of focus through which the transpersonal sees the transpersonal. But at no point is there a break. At no point is there a demarcation or separateness. And this is actually the case for everyone. This is not a special case of someone who has achieved a certain spiritual status or what have you, right? Everyone it's a case for everyone, and that being the case, it's possible to notice that is the case, and that noticing is what constitutes realization. And it's not actually a change of condition at all. It's just seeing the way it has always been.
And I don't think she said something about you see so much more. I don't think you can compare that Peter Brown sees much more than someone
Absolutely
else in the room.
not. Absolutely not. I may or may not be aware in some sense that I see more, but I don't actually see more. I mean, it's really a matter of. Let me see how to put this. This is a good way to put it. It's a matter of having a really deep, self-verifying, ongoing experience of the fact that focus does not exclude the field. So when I'm looking at you, and I'm seeing your face, and your face is sharp, and the rest of the other people's faces are more or less vague if they're there at all, and the other details of the room are more or less vague than they're there at all. But your face is not more present than the fuzziness, and does not exclude the fuzziness, and is not in any way separated from the fuzziness. And this is extremely clear to me. So the room is as present to me as your face, even though I'm looking at your face. So I haven't lost anything. So it's a matter of seeing that the full spectrum is always explicitly and concretely included. And it can never be separated away by focuses of attention.
And that full spectrum can go beyond the room.
Absolutely, it does.
You may not be aware of it, but it just keeps going.
Well, it does, because, if I look at my field of vision, let's say, it goes out, it's sort of a sideways ovoid with very fuzzy edges. So I look at the fuzzy edges, it gets to a point where it's not even really vision anymore, but it's not an edge either. I never hit a wall, and it's not nothing beyond there. It's weird, but it's not nothing. It's not really vision anymore, but it's, can't say what it is, and so on. And also, thought is floating here, and sensation is floating here, and whatever, cataloging all that stuff is absurd. But there's this endless richness of infinite detail, and it's all present, and it's equally present whether or not it's being focused on. And that's really a major issue, is to not be mesmerized by focus. Just because you're focused on something doesn't mean that what you're not focused on is any less present than what you're focused on. And it very specifically and explicitly isn't less present.
I like to say you can be aware of everything all the way around you all at once.
Sure.
People don't like that.
Not can be, but are.
Yes.
In actuality. And if you seem not to be, that's in actuality a kind of an explicit denial, or sort of, again, auto-hypnosis of censorship. A great deal, really the nuts and bolts of the spiritual problem is basically censorship, where we censor a great deal of our actual experience and don't let ourselves experience it consciously. Or perhaps more accurately, don't let ourselves be consciously aware that we aren't experiencing it consciously. It is very slippery and strange to try and pin down what's going on there. But in actual, I mean, in fact, this is very interesting, and it's maybe more theoretical than practical. But speaking very as an amateur, I don't know much about psychology, but in a profound sense, the realization is about seeing that the boundary between conscious mind and unconscious mind, so-called, doesn't actually exist, and the unconscious experience is always being experienced, and the realized person experiences what a non-realized person would be experiencing as conscious mind, but also experiences what the non-realized person is experiencing as unconscious mind, and they're not letting themselves know they're experiencing through a kind of a very active, heavy-handed kind of censorship. And it's a kind of a sensitivity to non-linearity, to non-linear phenomena within consciousness. This censorship takes the place of a kind of a bias towards linearity, towards explainability, towards entityship, and so on. Whereas a vast, vast portion of experience is very non-linear, very incoherent, very irrational, let's just call it, which is typically relegated to unconscious experience. But it's actually being experienced just as much as conscious experience. But somehow there seems to be some kind of a mechanism that enables one to not notice that fact and to more or less effectively censor all of this other stuff that doesn't seem to be part of the meaningful part or relevant part of the human game structure out of their awareness, while not actually stopping it experientially. It's all very strange, and there's no way for me to figure out how that happens. But I can say, in my experience and my observation, that's pretty much what it's about. All of this kinds of tricks that I've been talking about, of playing with your experience and being with it in different ways and all that, is really about developing sensitivity to what you're actually experiencing. And it's not developing a new experience that you're not experiencing. It's really just letting yourself become aware of what you already have been experiencing, but haven't been letting yourself be aware that you're experiencing through some mysterious hypnotic mechanism.
Well, and that thing you said about that being mesmerized or addicted to focusing.
Yeah.
That seems to me, just intuitively, seems like at the very heart of what suffering is.
Sure. I mean, it's certainly an aspect of it, certainly tied in there.
I was just going to say that too. Would you say that an effect of this is to lessen suffering?
It eliminates suffering. It does not eliminate characteristics that can be qualified as painful, but it eliminates suffering. Suffering is always ultimately a comparison with fantasy. Suffering is always ultimately the grass is greener. This could be different than it is, and I wish it was, and that's what suffering, that's the basic mechanism of suffering right there. Oh, I'm in pain, I shouldn't be in pain. It's the I shouldn't be in pain that makes the suffering, not the pain. Pain is just pain. Pain is just sensation. And this is the difference between pain and suffering. And all kinds of psychological suffering is this same mechanism, and it's not oriented around pain, it's oriented around, oh, I should have a relationship, or I should be successful, or I should be better looking, or people should like me, or, whatever, right? And then, because of this projection of a fantasy, compared to a fantastical interpretation of what one is assuming is reality, one's playing two fantasies off against each other and generating a whole sob story. And that's the entire mechanism of suffering. Ultimately, anything that's suffering will be found to consist of some aspect of that mechanism. If there's no alternative fantasies of interpreting what something could be, there's no suffering. Mm-mm.
Would you say there's bliss?
Yes, there's absolutely bliss. And the bliss it's important to understand what bliss is. Bliss is the life force. Bliss is the energy of experience. Bliss is the vibrancy of experience. The energy, you know. You feel the sun on your skin, that's bliss. You know, you hear a sound, you hear a bird singing, that's bliss. Just in the immediate, just in the literal vibrant presence, that's bliss. And there's nothing but, because all energy, all experience is energy, or let's say the energy of experiential characteristics presenting themselves.
Could it be that bliss is the totality of all levels of experience, of real?
Sure.
Well, saying a level is already wrong because it kind of separates things.
Yeah.
But isn't this the ground?
Yeah, bliss.
Tone of it?
Well, bliss is the totality, but every portion is the totality. Every portion is a contact point with the totality, so it amounts to the same thing. You know, you can be with something very specific, and it's bliss, and you can be. It is also bliss because it is a contact point with everything, because there's no point where anything stops. I mean, everything is embedded within the ground of all experience, and is I call it a manifestation, an expression of that, as a continuum. So you touch any experience, you're touching all experience. It's like you touch the earth anywhere, you're touching the whole earth, because it's not separate from itself. It's a whole, it's a continuum. And experience is like, you know, being itself, the experiential field, the actuality of reality is likewise a continuum. It doesn't have parts that are, where there's gaps, there's no breaks.
And in contact, when you're in contact with this vastness, how does purpose or purposefulness interface with that? I mean,
it permeates it. Every aspect of it is infinitely purposeful. That everything is just the way it is, and that your orientation to everything is just the way it is profoundly purposeful.
Which is this different from an idea of purpose that we may have?
Oh yeah,
thoughts
sure. Yeah, it's the actuality that idea refers to at best. You know, purpose is nature. So your purpose is your nature, and your nature is embodied in the entire field of your experience. So in other words, the relationship you have with everything and anything within your experience is your nature and is your purpose. And that purpose gets enacted on a dynamic, ongoing basis in terms of the interactions that occur within your experience of all the various phenomena and your relationship to them and the way you interact with them explicitly, physically, or in other ways. And also just in general, the way that you interact with it attitudinally and psychologically and what have you.
And yet if I have an idea, like, what is this like purposeful? Is this some reason for being here now,
right,
continuing? Is there, it's just an unfolding, it's unfolding moment by moment.
Yeah.
And yet there may be some underlying sense of, I don't know, maybe you call it fate or destiny or purpose. And is there a sense of just accepting that moment to moment of unfolding, or holding a vast sense of what is the purpose of this body here now, living?
But either way you approach it, that's going to be just an aspect of your nature in the moment. In other words, you'll be with that however is your inclination to be with that at that time. the purpose itself is the unfoldment, which is intrinsic. In other words, the unfoldment's already going on, and it's not what you're thinking it is, or thinking it should be, or can just possibly describe or put into words. You know, there's no such thing as non-purposeful event. There's no such thing as accidental event. There's no such thing as meaningless event. Everything is a profound integration of this incredible symphony of all phenomena playing themselves out interactively with incredible precision and intelligence. You know, and that's the purpose. You know, and that may not be purpose the way people usually use the word, but that's the actual purpose. And at best, the way people use the word is actually indicating that.
So we're creating our own suffering when we're lost in our mind. We're creating our own suffering because we're not connected or in contact with what's real.
Well, it seems to be that way. We seem to be not in contact with it. We're always actually in contact with it. But we don't let ourselves notice or become aware that we're in contact with it.
We ignore it.
Yeah, basically. You know, being separate from your experience is a fantasy. The idea that you're separate from experience, which is just an idea, which occurs in your mind or wherever ideas occur, right? And doesn't in fact impact the rest of your experience. You're still experiencing light. You know, you aren't cut off from experiencing light. You aren't cut off from hearing sound. You aren't cut off from. So your direct experience is actually, in fact, always being engaged with. So the idea that you're separate, the idea that you're partial, is just an idea. And if you believe that idea, you know, again, there's this very strange sort of a hypnotic mechanism or whatever it is that makes these beliefs become seemingly experientially self-fulfilling, you know, points of view. And when that occurs, you know, it seems to be the case, but it never is actually the case. It's impossible to be cut off from your experience. You are your experience. You can't be cut off from it.
But when I'm experiencing suffering, that doesn't help me, does it?
Right. When you're experiencing suffering, you're orienting towards fantasies, basically, orienting towards interpretations of things. And suffering is always playing one interpretation off against another. Excuse me. Interpreting itself isn't suffering. What makes suffering is when you interpret things as being a certain way, and then you compare that with another interpretation of how they could be, and then you have an emotional reaction to the fact that things seem to be the way you're interpreting them as being, which is wrong, and that they're not the way you're interpreting them as the way they ought to be, which is also wrong because it's a fantasy. So suffering is basically completely imaginary, because it's being upset that a fantasy isn't the way that another fantasy is, neither of which has anything to do with your actual condition. So it's all very, very strange and baroque. Very complicated.
A line, suffering is believing things should be other than they are.
Yeah, and it starts with believing that you know what things are in the first place, which is never true. You can't know what's happening in any given situation, because it's too subtle, it's too complex, it's too multidimensional. So it starts with thinking you know what something is, which is already an oversimplification, i.e. a fantasy. And then, so you think, oh, things are a certain way, which is an oversimplification. Then you think, but I really wish they were that way. And then you feel bad because the things that you think are this way aren't that way. And it's all kind of a big joke because the actuality isn't either of those. I mean, it's not a funny joke because suffering sucks, you know. It's no fun at all. But when you see what it really is, it's astounding. It's craziness. It's literal craziness. I mean, you could define, and again, I'm not technically speaking, or as an idiot amateur, you could define craziness as, orienting towards unreality as if it was real, orienting towards what is not the case as if it was the case. And this mechanism of suffering that I just described is exactly that.
What is compassion?
The truth of what compassion is the absolute integral harmony of all phenomena with all aspects of all phenomena. In other words, all energy phenomena are in complete harmony with themselves, and that's the truth of compassion. We experience this interpersonally by like for example, you and me. You are exactly what you are. I am exactly what I am, and the interrelationship is exactly what that is. It's an objective fact. And that is a beautiful, it's an amazing symphony. It's like a harmony of astounding energies that sort of resonate with each other in infinitely complex ways. If you look at the word compassion, it comes from two roots, com and passion, and com means with or together, and passion means feeling. So compassion really means feeling together. And all experience is feeling together with all aspects of experience are feeling with all other aspects of experience as a complex and completely explicit energy interaction. It's not something you need to do. It's already the case. Everyone is always. I mean, let's say in terms of people, everyone is always completely, intimately, nakedly interacting with everyone else, whether they're aware of it or not. When you're in a room with people, you're resonating with all of them. You're dancing with all of them in terms of who you are, who they are, and the combined flavor that makes. And that's really what compassion is.
So the experience of the truth of being one
Yes.
is part of the actuality, and not distorting it by perceiving that you're separate.
Yeah. Most people interpret compassion in terms of separation. Like I'm over here and you're separate from me, and I have to reach over and feel, empathize and feel what you're feeling. But that's a lot of fantastical elaboration, and it's unnecessary because it's not the case. I'm already feeling what you're feeling, the way that I am, and you're feeling what I'm feeling the way that you are. In other words, we're already in intense interaction because we're juxtaposed, and that's what energy can't hide from other energy. Energy. You put two magnets together, you don't need to point out to one magnet that the other one's there. They know, because the interaction is built into the field. And likewise, all these energy subsystems that appear as phenomena are all completely interacting with each other just by their nature, to the extent that it is that way. That was a little disjointed. It's getting late. Should we take a 5-minute break, stretch our legs, get some tea, go to the bathroom? And I know this can get a little wearing, sitting in a chair, being harangued all day.
It's so funny when you say something like that.
We're all here to be
harangued.
We deserve one.
Right, you did. It's good for you. Take your medicine.
Take your medicine. I just love getting harangued.
Did
you guys just?
we just came
okay, I thought you did.
No.
It was very free.
That's all right. Thank you. I was teaching class today, and I mentioned to one of my students that was coming here, who is Kayla. Karen I'm always on Jessica.
Yeah.
And she's a yoga student of mine for a long time.
Oh my gosh.
Who do you know over there? And I said, well, Anne, and here's there.
Yeah, Kate was our student.
That was your oatmeal this morning?
I know oatmeal this morning. Oh, did you really? Did you appreciate it? Really? You throw a little almond butter in there? Nice enough?
No, I stuck with mine.
I did, my daughter Kate. Here actually has like a.
Most of it aside, just think of it all at once.
All at once, right?
My mother, all my.
Those cookies are really good.
When I was parents.
Yeah.
And that one over there,
Don't do the
it's just actually a little picture.
Don't you dare.
It's really good.
Oh, yeah, that's my body is very, very well. It doesn't love us here.
You don't know. But I was on this side. I never was with it, so it's easy for me.
You're going to take classes with I might even do
Basically, I was saying, only two. But he basically said, across the street.
They lost.
And it's for sale.
And the pilot But it's something to think about. At least look at the pictures and fantasize, right? Have you actually been to the site?
Yeah, I walked around across the street.
I'm managing to sleep through most of this.
I'm sorry?
I say I'm managing to sleep through a lot of this. It's not that
Oh, good.
it's not that I'm disinterested.
But
That's just what happens. You know?
That's all good.
Peter, I gotta take off.
Oh, it's a pleasure to see you.
Pleasure to see you again, too.
Wonderful, well, take care.
Maybe I'll watch the playback or whatever.
Sure, yeah. Well, I record these audios and audio files, and they're available if you want to hear them. Even if you're asleep, you're hearing it anyway somehow, right?
Oh, yeah, well, like you say, it's there somewhere in my hearing.
Yeah, right.
The brain is recording it.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Get to experience with others, how your body,
Sure. We'll talk about it after everyone gets together, which will happen shortly. I have to leave.
It'll be warm in just a minute. It's pretty warm right now.
Why don't we reconvene?
No,
We have to leave in about 40 minutes and not
So you don't need to do it.
And I want to just make this, can I have your attention? Hey, you guys in the back, just a quick announcement, because we have to leave here right at 3 o'clock and catch this flight. We have this seminar that's in March down at Joshua Tree. The person who organized it told me to tell you that there's a few more slots available on the site where we're having it at Joshua Tree Mental Physics. But if you want to come to the last minute, you can certainly stay in the town, and just come into mental physics every day. These are fun retreats, and I'm going to leave this on the table here. It's 3 or 4 days. March 30th. March.
It's a Joshua Tree in Southern California.
March 30th.
In the desert. It's very pretty.
April 30th.
If you like desert.
Yeah, and one other announcement, just money-wise, so you guys know, Peter doesn't take any money for any of this. He just stays with somebody locally here. I pay my own hotel and all that. What happens is I just collect all the money and I put it in a pot, in a jar, and I just use it for plane tickets, basically, is what happens. So it's not a money transfer to him in any way. I noticed somebody named Steve wrote me a check for $25. Is Steve here? Oh, if you can turn this into cash, great, just because, I just throw it in a jar. Otherwise, I have to put it in an account and blah, blah. It's not a major problem, but it just makes it a lot easier if you can do that. And if you haven't put it in, do that in the back, because we try to keep these things as cheap as possible for you guys. I mean, whole day long with some teachers is like huge amounts of money. We're not into the money part of it at all. So anyway, I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So let's resume. So yeah, unfortunately we have to leave in about 40 minutes to catch a plane. But till then, whatever. Whatever the cat drags in, and you're the cat.
I'd like to bring up one more thing. I know it's not what we've been talking about, but if you say something about death.
Sure.
Because now what we're talking about is much more than just the body.
Right.
And obviously in death the body dies.
Right.
But it seems to me this there's something going on that doesn't end. That's what I said. So something that doesn't completely cut off, beside the body, obviously.
Right. Well, when we talk about death, since none of us is actually dying at this moment, explicitly anyway, we're talking about a fantasy. So the only thing we can meaningfully talk about is this that is present, what is actually happening right here. And so it's actually impossible to look at death until you're actually dying. And even then you're not looking at death, you're looking at dying. And then at death, then you can authoritatively look at death. So we can't say anything authoritative about that, per se. However, through looking at experience directly, it is very easy to discover very directly and very self-verifyingly that this experiential field exists beyond space and time. And the implications and also beyond causality, in the sense that what appears in the experiential field does not affect the experiential field itself. This is very clearly and self-verifyingly knowable. And the implications of knowing this are certainly along the lines of what you're talking about. Exactly what that looks like and how that reads out at death, we will all find out before too very long, no doubt. And but it's unimportant because that will be a specific instance of this that is happening now that is a specific instance of the same thing. So the Buddha once admonished his questioners, don't concern yourself with metaphysical speculation, deal with practicalities, or whatever he said. And I would, how can I do wrong by echoing the Buddha? But the fact that this is an actuality, this is here, you are this, it is accessible, is very, very, very powerful fact. And there's no limit to what you can find by, following that avenue of research.
Speaking of the Buddha, in Buddhism, there's a term called kensho, seeing clearly.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of circling back. I wasn't here this morning, but apparently you talked about an experience you've had with a buddy, teacher, friend, when your consciousness shift or some shift happened. Would you liken to that what is called in Buddhism kensho? And in Buddhism, sometimes they talk about little kenshos and big kenshos, and that happening before one is kind of established.
Right.
Could you say something about that?
Possibly. I don't know the technical term or its implications per se, but the term I would use for that is revelations or revelation, and I would say that there's two phases of spiritual unfoldment, revelation and integration, and they're both happening all the time, and they also both happen like a pendulum, where revelation will happen and then that will be followed by a period of integration and so on and so forth. It's like a pendulum going back and forth. It can look like that. And these revelations can be little revelations, like little mini revelations happening once every 5 minutes, or they can be big revelations happening, once a year, or they can be huge revelations happening once a lifetime, or whatever, let's say. But the important thing is not the event itself as the fact that this is, by its very nature, continually engaged with itself, continually exploring itself, which inevitably leads to these instances of revelation, and inevitably also leads, of course, to the process of integration, where these revelations are kind of digested and sort of integrated into basically the sense of oneself or one's functional nature or something. I don't know if that was addressing your question at all.
Yeah, I think that is. And so I wasn't here this morning. So is it, I don't know in your case, but in some cases, that it happens, the one big one, that happens one lifetime rather than these little snippets that integrate?
Yeah, right. Everyone is different. Everyone is completely different, and there's no pattern to it. It doesn't have to be a big whammy. It doesn't have to not be a big whammy. It can be anything, and everyone's pattern is unique. Everyone's, one sort of overall point that I haven't actually touched on today that I'd like to visit, which in this context, it's easy to think, well, we're all kind of the same. Nothing could be further from the truth. We're all so completely unique. We are all radically different from each other. Our process is different, our natures are different, our energies are different, our functionalities are different, our assets and liabilities in terms of functionality and energies are different. And so our processes are each unique. One person's process may be exactly the opposite of another person's process, let's say. And likewise, these instances or evidences of achievement or of the process sort of hitting its quantum jumps, let's call it, are also going to be unique depending on each individual's process. So it can look like anything. It can literally look like anything. And just because you are or are not getting big whammy experiences doesn't mean anything. And just because you are or aren't getting little revelations doesn't mean anything. The main thing is not You know, the important thing is not these instances. The important thing is the process itself, which will inevitably lead to these instances. And the very process is just to sincerely be who you are. You know, sincerely be engaged with being yourself and living your life to the best of your ability, and that will inevitably lead to these kinds of events.
You may have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's hard to see.
Yeah. No.
Perhaps you spoke on this already, but could you speak a little on choice?
Yes.
And a sense of like, well, I, for example, choose to be a doctor.
Right.
Or you have a moment where there's anger rising.
Right.
And you choose to breathe with it.
Right.
And to not speak, but to sit. Or
right.
you have a desire to do something that
right.
comes about over a year or 2 years.
Right.
Is it me that's making those choices? Is it?
It's
probably is
right.
neither or.
Well, it's not you that's making the choices. You are the choices, or more accurately, the choices are you. You know, these occurrences that we might designate as choices is simply the functional aspect of you being what you are, what you happen to be in that moment, in that situation, and the way your nature spontaneously expresses itself in that context, which is again is continually evolves and continually develops. Let's say. So it's not that it is choice or it isn't choice. It's really just you being you. But you could say the same thing about all of your functioning, and even about all of the aspects that show up in your experience that you don't describe as your functioning even. They're all likewise you being you. You know, the entire panorama of your experiential field is your energies unfolding. And, you know, the parts of it which you may more explicitly identify with as you, your individual functioning, your body, your behavior, and so on and so forth, is just a special instance of the whole context. And this whole context, you know, unfolds. If you look at if you could do a time lapse playback of every instance in your life all along the way of it, there's this amazing evolution of all the patterns moving, and, you know, some that are seeming objective, some that are seeming subjective, and everything in between, and your interaction, and you're making choices, and you're being swept along with things, and whatever is all part and parcel of your nature unfolding itself. You know, and the line between self and other and all that turns out to be kind of arbitrary. But all of it is who you are, your nature, and is an expression of your nature. And certainly your more explicit choices are just exactly that as well. You know, another way to put it is your choices are precisely what a person exactly like you would do in a situation exactly like that at that time.
Is there any element of, or what would you say about personal responsibility? What does that mean?
There's no personal responsibility because there's no possibility of personal irresponsibility. You can't not be what you are. Your only responsibility is to be what you are, and you are that. So you can't not be doing that. You know, and frequently we behave in ways that are less than elegant or less than efficient or less than brilliant, at least you know, superficially. But that's what we are at the time. That's an honest expression of what we have to work with at the time. So we're being responsibly true to our nature. You can't do what you can't do. You have to do what you can do, and you always do what you can do. You can't not do. It's impossible for you not to be you, right? And so that is what responsibility consists of. And it's inevitably a self-developing process. In other words, experience itself leads to maturity. Experience itself leads to what you might call wisdom, or you know, more let's say, call it intelligent functioning. You know, functioning leads to intelligent functioning, to whatever degree it does, right? So making the process of learning to do something well consists of doing it badly, right? The process of making good choices looks like making bad choices. So all of these processes are sort of self-correcting. And the only responsibility is to be engaged in that process, which is inevitable. You can't not be. You're alive, you can't not be alive, and the fact that you're alive means you're engaged in that process.
What about extreme violence, like murder or rape?
Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Person murders. Why do they murder? They murder because they're a murderer. Why are they a murderer? Well, you'd have to look at the whole arc of who they are and what made them the way they are. And being a murderer is a part of their process. Being a murderee is a part of their process.
So do you believe in free will?
Huh?
Do you believe there's free will?
Well, that is free will. Free will is for you to freely be what you are.
So you can make choices.
Huh?
You can make choices within that.
Well, you do, but you only make the choices that you make because of who you are.
Well, and you don't spend, I mean, like, I think sometimes seems like there's an idea like, well, a murderer is a person who hasn't thought about their choices, but you could flip it around and say, I don't spend any time having to focus on not going out and murdering somebody.
Sure.
I mean, it's not an issue for me.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody's relieved.
And going out and murdering somebody may not be an issue for someone who's a murderer.
Yeah.
You know, but if they are, like, suppose a person is just a twisted psychotic person, either because they are for some genetic reason or some environmental reason. If that's what they are, how can they not be that? Are they supposed to not be what they are? You know, it's like saying, you're supposed to be me. I'm supposed to be you. It's like, that doesn't work. It can't work. You can't not be you.
So that's...
I mean, it would be nice, sure. It would be nice if we lived in an enlightened society where people like this, an eye was kept out for them and they were brought to therapy and given treatment to the best degree possible and hopefully enabled to find better ways of dealing with their conflicts than murdering people. But we may or may not live in such a society in any given instance. But, you know, that's also doing itself.
And what determines who we are? Like, here we are, a little baby just born into this
Well, that
world.
can't be said. That can't be said. Everything.
But is it a question of just genetics and environment and events that occur to that?
But none of those are
extra.
extricable. You can't find separate streams. You can't separate genetics from events. Genetics and events and environmental influences are all the same because what's doing any of it's doing all of it. You know.
But Peter, is that what determines who we are, or is there other more mysterious?
Well, when you say that's more mysterious, that's what determines what we are, but what that is wholly and absolutely mysterious. So it's hard to be more mysterious than that. I mean, you can say, okay, yeah, genetics, environments, and determines what we are. Okay, what determines genetics? What determines environment? Where did the environment come from? Why do all these patterns occur the way that they do? Go back in history and you go back to, you know, life crawling out of the ocean. Why did that happen? You go back to life forming in the ocean. Why did that happen? You go back to the Earth forming and the solar system forming. Why did that happen? And you go back ultimately to the Big Bang. And so environment and genetics are caused by the Big Bang. Is that not mysterious?
And then you say, what was there before the Big Bang?
Yeah.
And
more mystery.
Before Big Bang, what was there? I mean,
more mystery.
Then your brain turns into a pretzel.
Yeah, sure. Which is actually a good result. Because all this trying to figure out is kind of silly in the face of that which is beyond analysis, that which is intrinsically transcendental. Which is really the point, is to come to see that is the fact directly. You know, what you are, inextricably, is completely beyond description. It transcends description, it transcends describability, it transcends analysis. So all describing and analysis and figuring out, and is it this or is it that, is obviously, in the face of that, not going to get very far.
I suppose in some ways it's like, well, some trees are oak trees and some trees are apple trees.
Of course,
you know.
of course. And every oak tree is different from every other oak tree.
Depending on how it was as a little seedling and what happened to it.
Depending on everything. Everything.
Joan Tollefson calls it infinite causes, infinite conditions.
Nice.
And I love that because it just kind of sums it all up.
Well, it does, except it's even trickier than that because you can't actually find causes and you can't actually find conditions. All you find is infinite. So it's just infinite without the causes and conditions. Causes and conditions is too much trying to finitize the infinite. Now this what's happening here, this actuality, this concrete actuality that's present right here, right now, is absolute infinity. You know, and try to pin down absolute infinity as being this or that. It cannot be done. And so all of this explicating and talking about this versus that, or genetics, or choice, or anything, any differentiation, anything that you can say, how about this as differentiated from that, all this and that is an impossibility in the face of this explicit mystery. It's not an abstract mystery, it's a supremely concrete and obvious, in-your-face mystery. Right? These are not abstractions or philosophical thinking. This is really obvious, you know, just empirical actuality.
So do you ever do like a process with people where you, in an inner way, kind of transfer that resonance, that state of consciousness, or do you feel like this format is how you work and does that happen that way?
Well, but there's no format. This is that, to the extent it is that.
Well, I could see other formats happening.
I don't know. There's no rules. Any format that happens if it's a format.
Is that the goal of your format?
I don't know. I don't actually have goals. To me, this is an improvisation. It's like a dance. It's an art form, and I don't know if we're doing anything, and I don't know what we're doing, and I don't know where we're going, and I don't know if there's any going.
So you don't see it as a transference of vibration?
Well, it is intrinsically that, but it's not like a transference where I'm doing something or trying to achieve something. It's a universal, mysterious participation in something that is entirely ungraspable.
Would you say like a tuning fork where they say in the same room a nearby fork will pick up the vibration?
A nearby fork, you hit a tuning fork and the entire universe is vibrating to that frequency. The entire universe. There's no point where it stops. It may get vanishingly small, but at no point does it stop. I clap my hands and the entire universe resonates. The entire universe. It may be unmeasurable with human techniques if you get to a certain point of distance or something, but that doesn't mean it stops.
Peter, would there be any difference between a person, this thing, that came into this life and just kind of went tootling along, just doing the best they could and not really thinking about anything very much, not exploring all the great mysteries that we're doing here, and then die, versus a person that very earnestly and sincerely sought the truth and lived their lives tootling along, doing the very best they could, and they died. Can you comment on those two lives? I mean...
No different.
That's what I thought.
Life is life.
Yeah.
You know, and there's no way of gauging or assessing what's happening or what's being achieved or how far it's gotten or where it started from and where it's gotten to.
So do you think we could just as easily tootle along and not come and listen to Peter Brown or...
If you could, you could, absolutely.
But I can't.
Well, I don't know, maybe. Today you had to.
Yeah.
But you can't say what that means either.
No.
And you can't say what it gets you or what it would have gotten you if you hadn't.
No.
Or what it wouldn't have gotten you if you hadn't. I mean, the point is you just can't say. Since you can never say accurately what's going on, there's no basis for gauging relatively whether something is better or worse or even different than something else. Because you can't know what's going on. You know? I mean, just see the truth of that. It's really powerful. It's actually very good news. It's not bad news, it's good news, because you enter into multidimensionality. You enter in not being able to specify what anything is, everything is all of a sudden multidimensional. And it's not that it becomes multidimensional, you just notice that it intrinsically is that. And the richness that's there, it's astounding. It's just so beautiful, and it's luscious, and it's what we are.
Can we talk about how your body and your psyche had to adjust to that incident?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Let's just say spiritual development per se, realization, whatever degree, all these kinds of things can have an effect on oneself across the board, in terms of personality, in terms of mentality, in terms of physicality, in terms of what the body tone is and what it feels like. All these things can happen, but there's no certain way that it happens, and that these things happen is a byproduct and not a goal of this whole engagement. And it's not a sure thing, and it's not formulaic where it's going to be the same for everyone anyway. Basically, realization doesn't change anything. A person before realization, the person after realization is the same person. But having said that, there may be subtle or even gross shifts in orientation in various different ways, or not. So it's kind of it's not really. It can't be. There's no way that it is. So that's not really relevant information. I mean, I can say what my experience was, but that's just one particular case, and everyone is different.
Could you tell us yours?
Sure. I used to have an inimical relationship with my body. I used to feel I didn't like my body. I wasn't comfortable in my body. My body always felt disjointed. I felt awkward moving. Now my body feels transparent, literally transparent, where it moves like the wind moves. And I'm not particularly identified with moving in it or participating in its motion or anything. It very much takes care of itself, and it feels very balanced. But it's not something that I'm particularly engaged in. It just kind of is that. In terms of my personality, I'm very much the same person I always was in terms of my sort of motivation and temperament and flavor. But I'm much more... Don't ask my wife.
Yeah.
I'm much more spontaneous, relaxed, much more carefree in terms of being concerned with how people see me or these kinds of things. In my sort of personality and such. My emotional nature is pretty much the same as it always was. My temperament, I'm basically a pretty negative person. I always was. I've had a lot of rage and anger at the horrors and injustice of the human situation, and my situation in particular, of course. Human situation, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt, but my situation, all these unfair things, how could they happen to me? But be that as it may, so that persists. I basically have a sort of a negative take on things, just constitutionally, but it's transferred itself into, rather than emotionality, a kind of a black or somewhat twisted sense of humor. But the basic flavor is the same. So, in other words, the superficial and the emphasis may shift around, but nothing changes drastically.
So there wasn't a time when things sort of felt all really disjointed and then
Yes.
sort of eased over time?
Yeah, there certainly was. I mean, all my life things felt disjointed. And since I have let's say made progress in this area, this definitely is eased. Going into kind of effortlessness, whereas before there was a great deal of pushing and pulling on it, tension, I guess you'd call it.
But I guess what I'm trying to say is because of this shift, things weren't escalated, or were they escalated?
Oh yeah, there's a lot. Yes, that's a good point. There can, revelation can be very turbulent. It can be very provocative. It can be very troubling. There's a wonderful quote. In fact, I used it in my handout for a retreat I did. There's a wonderful quote in the Gospel of Thomas attributed to Jesus, and I can't remember it right now, or I'd say it for you. But no, it says something like, "Seek and you shall find. When you find, you will be troubled, and then you will marvel, and you will reign over everything." Something loosely along those lines. And that rather precisely indicates the arc of revelation. If you seek, you will find sooner or later. It can happen and it can't not happen. And when you find, it's like having the rug pulled out from under you, because everything you thought was a certain way and everything you thought you were proves to be wrong. You were wrong about everything, comprehensive across the board, with nothing reserved. It's like, take it all and throw it out. It's all wrong. Which is, needless to say, provocative at best, if not downright crazy-making. So there's a definite period of reorientation and kind of, settling into, what one discovers to be actuality, quite contrary to what all of one's familiarity has been.
Is that what you call the integration kind of?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And again, this happens, you can talk about it on a macro scale as a one event of revelation and then this long thing, or you can talk about it on a micro scale of just sort of, as time goes along, there's always little degrees of insight which are provocative in their own way and cause a little perturbation, and then it tends to kind of be integrated and settle down, and then's another one, and so on. I mean, it's just an age of experience to be so.
Would you say you dropped all your learning? I mean, not learning, but knowledge at that point, not knowledge of practical things.
Right.
All the knowledge you had built up.
I didn't drop it in the sense of forgetting it, but it was all really calibrated. It was reoriented. Yeah, because all of a sudden I had an actual point of reference, so to speak, an actual touchstone of what was really true. Really? Which, so I could see, I had an instantaneous, gauge, a measure to calibrate all knowledge against, of like, okay, this has something in it, this is mostly gibberish, this is completely absurd, so on and so forth. Whereas before that point, it's kind of guesswork. You kind of have faith that, well, this feels like it might be pretty good, But when you see what this is, you know what it is, and it's not a question. It's just completely obvious. You look and it's like, I'm sorry, yes.
I had a question on when you talk about people that, or all of us, we are who we are.
Yes.
And I find for myself, like years ago, I was a very, very irresponsible person. I just went with whatever showed up. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll go with it. And then I got this glimpse, and I saw who I was in this irresponsible. So my question is, and then it was like I might as well have turned the TV channel, and then I became this very responsible character. Then I was a new responsible being moving on the earth. So the question I have out of this is, was that already unfolding, or was it from the glimpse that I saw?
Well, both. Because you are who you are, your behavior led you to have the glimpse. And because you are who you are, you integrated the glimpse in the way that you did and changed in the way that you did. Someone else would have had a different experience, had a different glimpse, and had a different integration with it or not.
So you're saying really everything unfolds the way it unfolds, and we just step into what's unfolding?
Well, we don't step into it. We are what's unfolding. We are the unfoldment. Always. Always, for all time.
So I really can't take any credit by going, now I'm very responsible.
Well, you can. Doesn't hurt to brag, right? Someone might believe you.
In a way, I kind of I had much more fun when I was irresponsible. Because this responsible person is kind of boring. So.
But you see, but see, you can have that thought, and that's you too.
Yeah.
So we aren't necessarily not chaotic. We aren't necessarily a perfect integrated whole. You know, I mean, we're a mess. We're all over the place. We're these crazy, chaotic systems with all sorts of energies that are not particularly working with each other.
But don't you think the glimpse has, like, let's say somebody is a murderer, and you know they have to do it, and one day they just get a small glimpse. There's something in the glimpse that makes you see clearly, and until you see it, you just muddle along asleep in the movie that's already been given to you.
Yeah, maybe yes, maybe no, but you can't generalize about these things because these things aren't generalities, they're always specific. There are always specific events happening to specific people that are specifically the way they are in that instance, and so that's what happens.
Okay, the last part of this, do you think that has anything to do with the soul? You know, like the body dies, and I've always thought, well, what's the point unless you're carrying all this consciousness over to another form? Well, what's the point? So do you think even a murder, the soul has to degrade that too in order to move on to the next level?
Of course, because one is the full field of experience, and the body and its behaviors and so on is a relatively small portion of the full field of experience. And even its continuity in life and death is not particularly important. And the entire unfoldment, the entire process of all of the entire energy system that shows up in the field of experience is the soul, is what you are, is the karma, and it is eternal. It may seem to be occurring in space and time, but it isn't actually. And the way in which that works, of course, can't be said because it's outside of space and time, and how do you talk about that?
No,
but it's discoverable. It's discoverable that that is in fact the case, and then you can be with that in whatever way you can be with it.
Because I was watching the O.J. Simpson, the whole thing. I was just mesmerized by it. It was a huge soap opera of the whole dichotomy of the whole thing, and I saw that he was just playing out what he had to play out. And
how could he not? He was O.J.
Yeah.
If the glove fits, you must have quit.
But I just, it's funny.
Or not.
And the question I had, he had to play it out, and I really didn't have much judgment. You could see the whole drama of the playing out, pretty awful, but at the same time. And then the question I had, and I have for you, is that all happened, and then the body dies, and if he doesn't get a glimpse, then he brings that consciousness back over to the next body. If he can't get a, or
there's no point trying to figure it out in a linear fashion.
I do try to do that.
There's no point trying to make sense of things. Things are supremely irrational and nonlinear, so you never know. There's no way to, to turn it into a simple interpretation or a simple narration of, all these simple stories of, well, you die and then you get reborn exactly the way, the conditions. Maybe yes, maybe no, who knows? We'll all find out, right? But things are the way they are, and they are the way they are right here, right now, and that is explorable. I mean, this is the really powerful fact, is all of this stuff is nothing more, absolutely nothing more, even to the tiniest bit, than what is right here, right now. And you are what is right here, right now. You are totally engaged with what is right here, right now. So you can explore it to whatever depth you can manage. And everything that is available to be found out can be found out right here, right now. And that's the good news. So have at it. This is a pep talk. Yay! Yay, team! Go us! Anyway, I think it's about quitting time. Yes, it is. So thank you all very much for coming. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you and whatever it is we're doing here, right? You tell me.
Thank you for coming.
My pleasure. It's great fun.
When are you coming back?